Okay, so all right, it's doing its thing, I hope. And I'm gonna. How do I turn this? I don't really want to see the transcription the whole time. It's very slow. I'm just gonna see if this is turn it off or just turn off the subscription. Sorry, I'm fairly new to Teams. I'm more used to Zoom, but that's okay. All right. Okay, as far as I know, we are recording. Let me just quickly double check. Hope. Where are we? Okay, no, we are busy recording. Okay, good. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now? Can you see this PDF that okay, cool. All right, great. So I'm not sure if you downloaded these notes already. I think they were available on Cole Campus, but if you haven't, we're going to go through them now anyway. So we'll take it from there. Okay, so let's start with this. So welcome to you. And am I pronouncing your name correctly? Onalena?
No, it's correct.
Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Great. So Onalena and others to follow, maybe if you're online, whatever it is, welcome. And truly, may this be a fabulously rewarding year for you as you prepare to finish your degree. Okay, so please can you introduce yourself? I know your name. Please tell me where you're from, and then what your plans are when you finish your BBA, what you'd like to do, if you're already in industry, you know, maybe how old you are if you want to share that information, you know, so whatever you'd like to share about yourself, so I can just know you a little better.
Okay, as you said, you already know my name.
Yes.
And well, home is in the Northwest in Mafikeng.
Okay.
Currently studying this side. And after my degree, I'm hoping to get something in digital marketing.
Okay.
But I'm also gonna go on with my master's, hopefully. But I think it's gonna be more focused on social sciences.
Awesome, that's great. Okay, well, so you're going into, okay, so you want to do your master's. That's great. A master's is always a good thing. You know, you don't necessarily need it for, you know, for industry, but it's always very, very, very good for your soul, and it can help in, you know, in industry. I mean, I've gone to job interviews, excuse me, before where it helped that I had a master's. You know, so that's a wonderful thing. And that's great. Okay.
Yeah, I just think personally it's more of a thing. I just realized while I was doing the degree that I'm actually more interested in social sciences also.
Okay.
So I just think I'm just going to do it just to get into it in more context.
That's great. Well, you know, the thing is, remember, so this is what you're doing over here, which is media and / marketing / communication / journalism / PR / marketing communications, is very, very, very linked to the social sciences.
Yes.
You know, they're because I mean, you're dealing with people. That's the whole thing. So look, no education is ever wasted. You know, so it's a good thing. And what you need to do is follow your heart. Do what makes you happy. Do what makes you so. Did you start studying with Boston straight out of school, or are you busy working, or straight out of school?
I started with Boston from high school.
Okay, and are you currently now based in Joburg? Are you in Joburg at the moment?
Yes, I'm based in Sandton.
Okay, cool. What part of Joburg are you in?
I'm in Sandton.
Oh, okay, that's cool. All right, okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Well, it's lovely to meet you. And like I said, if there's anything else that you need, please let me know. And I hope that you'll find this course, you know, useful and, you know, and enjoyable. Cool. Please feel free to jump in if you want questions, or you can raise your hand, but I don't mind if you interrupt me, it's fine. Okay, cool. So the welcome is followed. Cool. Wonderful. Okay, so welcome is followed by the warning. Okay, so please be aware now, Onalena, you seem like a very jacked and very with it woman. So I'm sure this doesn't apply to you, but let me just mention it to you and, you know, to your fellow students at a later stage. Plagiarism is a very, 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 very big no-no at fourth year level, as you know. Okay, so when it comes to assignments, now we're going to discuss your assignment, your first assignment, next week. Okay, I love to check sources. So if you quote a source, I will go and see what the source is. I'll go and look for and I'll look it up online, or I'll look for the book, or you know, etc. So I would want to know, and yes, so I will always it has to really and truly authentically be your work. It can't be, you know, somebody that you employed did it for you, or you cut and paste it from Wikipedia. I mean, I had a student once. It was a completely different. It was, you know, it was also NQF4. It wasn't NQF 8 like you're on. You know, but he literally gave me the Wikipedia page. He printed out the Wikipedia page and said, "Thank you so much, here's your assignment." And I took it and said to him, "Thank you so much, here's your mark," and it was 0, because I'm like, that's not really an assignment. That's printing the Wikipedia page. You know, that's not gonna fly. The other thing is also, you've made a very, very interesting observation. Now, you know that because the BBA is the 4th-year degree, or 4-year degree, sorry, you know that it's NQF 8, so it's the equivalent of honors. If you did a 3-year BA or a BCom degree and then did an honors degree at another university, that would be, so this is the equivalent of 2 degrees that you're doing. You're doing a normal 3-year degree plus a 4th year, which is an honors level. NQF 8, you can go straight from this degree into masters. I know you already know that, because that's what you mentioned. So
Yes.
I am expecting the standard of work to be at NQF 8. It needs to be. Now you might say, "Oh, Rob, I'm so nervous and I'm worried about that." No, I'm not trying to freak you out. I'm not trying to make you unhappy. I'm not trying to, give you a hard time, whatever it is. I'm just trying to get you to raise the bar. And I'm sure the bar is very high for you. You know, I'm sure you're there. I'm sure the bar is very high already, but just to raise the bar so that you are ready. So, because remember, essentially what you're doing is you're going out into the workforce, and you're competing against other graduates. I saw an article yesterday in the paper where they said they're now the 700,000 graduates that have graduated are now standing, and applying for social relief distress grants with $350 because they can't find work. So it's a tough world out there. It really is, So if you can go in there and you can say, well, I'm used to the standard, I do good work, I know the rigors, etc., 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 then you have an edge over your fellow graduates. So that's the whole thing. Okay, so Onalena, I'm going to also say hello to Michelle and Dennis. Hi guys, welcome to the class. I've just asked Onalena to introduce herself. I hope that you can hear me, and I hope that you are going to be with us. So we've just started a couple of minutes ago. I'm going to go back and I'm just going to say welcome to you, and we're going to go back to the warning. So let me just rewind a little bit. Okay, so welcome, as I said to you, Onalena. May this be a fabulously rewarding year for you as you prepare to finish your degree. So can I ask you, Michelle, let's start with you, and then Dennis, can I have you afterwards, please? Can you please introduce yourself, where you're from, and what your plans are when you finish your BBA? So just to let you know, I'm sure Onalena won't mind if I share. Onalena's from the Northwest. She's living in Sandton at the moment, though. And her plans when she finishes her BBA is she's thinking of doing a master's degree, so going into the social side of things, so like a social studies master's degree. Cool. Michelle, can you hear me? Can you please share with me? Can you hear me, Michelle?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Welcome to the class. Can I please ask you to share where you're from, and what your plans are with your BBA when you finish?
Well, originally I'm from Mpumalanga, but I live in Fourways now.
In Pretoria?
No, in Fourways.
In where, sorry?
In Fourways. Sorry, I'm
in Fourways. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, there's no network. Yeah.
Okay.
So my plan basically is going to doing a master's. I want to focus more on business and operations.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. And did you start your BBA directly out of school, or are you somebody who's working and studying at the same time?
No, I got a qualification from the other Boston, then I just decided to further in media with this one.
Okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks for sharing. As I said to Onalena, let me say this to Dennis as well. My job is to help you excel and do the very best that you can in this course. So if you need anything from me, please let me know, and I will do my very best to try and accommodate you. I want this to be a course that you love, not a course that you hate, a course that you enjoy, not a course that you find is a burden. Now, obviously you still have to do the work, but I want it to be a course that is enlightening and uplifting for you. That's my hope. Thank you so much for sharing, Michelle. I'm Dennis. Can you hear me? Hi. Okay. Thanks, Dennis. You're from Carltonville. Thanks, and your laptop mic's not working. No worries. Thanks, Dennis. Cool. I appreciate it. So Dennis is from Carltonville and his laptop mic isn't working. Thanks, Sid. Let me quickly just see what else is on chat. Let me see if I can get chat to open. Okay, Dennis is from Carltonville. Laptop mic doesn't work. It's connected to an audio interface. Don't worry. I run a record label called Punchline Media, and I intend to use my studios to improve how I do business. Awesome. I think I might further my studies and venture into BCom, but if my label does not succeed, or does succeed, sorry, I'll focus on that after I'm studying. Wonderful. That's very cool. Congratulations, Dennis. That's awesome. That is awesome. I saw, Nomebo and Zex Bantwini and Vota Kellerman do their Grammy delivery speech. Oh, crumbs. I hope you guys can still hear me. I hope you guys, can you guys hear me? I think my computer just slightly. Guys, can you hear me? Onalena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, that's cool. Okay, great. So I'm hoping you guys can hear. That's cool. So Dennis, what I was going to say to you. Yes, I saw the. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Michelle. Yes, and the thing, it was very inspiring. So you know what, you must go for it. I mean, there's a huge overlap, obviously, between media and and record labels and and music and film and advertising and publishing and all this kind of thing. So that's all great. That's a wonderful thing. So keep on with that. That is very cool. Okay, good. I'm going to turn the chat off so we don't have. You're great. It's a great pleasure, Dennis. Welcome to the class, and it's very exciting. I'm happy for you guys. Cool. If there's anything you need, just let me know. All right. So as I was saying to Onalena earlier on, guys, this is a 4th year course, and because it's NQF8, which means that you're one step away from masters, there is a certain standard that you need to meet in order for it to be NQF8. So there can't be any plagiarism at 4th year level. You have to go and sit and do the work. Okay, so also just to let you know, one of the things, I had a chat with your academic manager, who's also my academic manager. I actually have 2. They're Chris Martin and Chris McWade. Sorry, I think it's McWade. I apologize. Anyway, and they said, what Chris McWade said to me is, Rob, you have to integrate the assignment into the work to make it really and truly work for the students, because the students will be sort of overwhelmed by the assignment. So what I wanted to say to you is, you have to, you need to have good quality sources at 4th year level. Okay, so you can't just quote YouTube videos and you can't just quote TikTok videos. You're actually going to have to also have academic sources. They're going to need to be books, they're going to need to be academic articles, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there is, I'm going to go through that with you guys next week, but there is quite a lot that needs to happen in terms of work that needs to be done for your assignments. Okay, so please remember the penalty for plagiarism in 4th year is 100%. So in other words, you get 0 for your assessment, so that means you might fail the year, because remember, you have 3 formative assessments and 1 summative assessment. Your 3 formative assessments are 20% each, and your summative assessment is 40%. So if you fail one and get 0, that means you can only get a maximum of 80. It makes it so, guys, what I'm trying to say to you is, don't plagiarize. It's really not worth it. Rather just do the work, and you will benefit. Your brain will grow amazingly if you do the work. I promise you, you will feel like you've become a new person. Okay, cool. Please remember to raise your hand, or you can just interrupt me if you have any questions. All right. Okay. So in the beginning, now we're starting at the beginning. So remember, this course is called, just, I'm sure you guys know that, but anyway, Integrated Media Management. Okay. So let's have a look in the beginning. Okay. So let's be journalists. What, when, where, who, why, how. Now my screen is not, can you guys still hear me? And okay. And welcome, Notando. Welcome to the class. Nice to have you on board. Okay, cool. Guys, can you all hear me still? Onalena, can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate the confirmation. Thank you kindly. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, so let's be journalists. I don't know why this thing is not neatening up. But anyway, okay, so let's be journalists in the pursuit of determining what is integrated media management. Okay, so what, when, where, who, why, and how. Okay, and what I'm saying over here is in order to know the present and the future, we need to know the past. So guys, what I really want to impress upon you today and throughout this course is integration. You can never ever see media on its own. Media is part of a bigger stream of work, which is obviously the marketing, communications, and marketing fields. And the two work together. You cannot separate marketing from media. You cannot separate media from marketing. Whether that is, you know, on a micro scale and it's a social media, or it's on a macro scale and you're doing, you know, 10 million Rand TV adverts or whatever it's going to be. Okay, so so in order to know the present and the future, we also need to look at the past. Okay, and I like this quote by George Santayana, who was a Spanish-American philosopher. He said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Now, often is Winston Churchill is quoted as having come up with that quote, but actually it was George Santayana who came up with it first. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say to you. Okay, so what exactly, let's start with what. So we're doing what, when, where, why, who, and how. Okay, for IMM. So what is IMM? Just simply, it's the integration or the coming together of media. Okay, so it's coming together. Everything has to come together. Okay, all right. And it is a managed process. It's not something that's willy-nilly done. It doesn't just fall together. It's a managed process. That is why you're getting a bachelor's degree in business administration, aka management, because you have to manage the process. Okay, and Philip Kotler, who's arguably the father of marketing studies, speaks about consistent, clear, and therefore compelling communications. So this is very important for your assignment, guys, because at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to create consistent, clear, and therefore compelling communications. I'll give you an example, and it's quite an old example already. I was mortified when I saw Pick n Pay do a phased introduction of their logo. They had an old logo, and then they changed logos. Now, I'm quite adamant that logos should be not quickly changed, but if you are going to change it, it should never be in phases. Now, they couldn't afford to do it immediately, but they obviously did it, you know, over time, and it just looked so crummy that you'd walk into one store where the logo was old and you walk into another store where the logo was new. Now they've eventually changed it, but it took such a long time. Okay, so I remember it was at a graduation ceremony. If I'm not mistaken, it was for Boston, but I speak under correction. I went to a graduation ceremony and there was a woman who got up and spoke, and she was the speaker, and I think she had a master's degree in marketing communications as well, and she spoke about a bank in South America. On Friday, it was Bank A. And then when everybody came to work on Monday, it was Bank B. They changed everything overnight. All of their collateral, their logos, their look, their feel, their clothing, their advertising, their marketing was all done at the same time. That creates a statement. It's like, now that is a bank you want to bank with. Not some, you know, half this has changed and half, that just looks bad. So for example, when I have dealt with quite a few small companies, because I run a little consultancy as well, and they come to me and their logo, they're using like 3 different logos, and you know they're doing a whole bunch of different things. They don't have a tagline, they don't have an overview of what it is that they're doing, you know, in terms of their company product. They can't even give me a definition of what it is that the company does. And one of the things I say to them is, guys, you have to be consistent. So one of the reasons why we want to integrate our media is to create consistent, clear, compelling communications, because there is a theory of learning that suggests that we only learn after we've been exposed to a message 3 times. We only learn after we've been exposed to a message 3 times. We only learn after we've been exposed to a message 3 times. We only learn after we've been exposed to a message 3 times. So you get it. Okay, I've now repeated that 4 times, and now you're like, okay, I get it. We learn after. So that's the whole thing. So when you are trying to expose people to the brand using your integrated media, you want them to be able to learn so that they can tell you about the company. And there's a reason for that, which we'll discuss towards the end of this first lecture. Okay, so that's very important. Okay, when did IMM take place? So what is IMM? It is the coming together of media. When did it take place? Well, marketing as a science emerged in the 1950s. Okay, but Rob, this is not a marketing class. And my response to that is, au contraire, mon cher savant, which is on the contrary, my dear scholar. Think of marketing as the umbrella under which all media falls. Okay, so if you are going to go, like, let's take a look at Dennis, for example. Dennis may be putting together a music video for Beyonce, who has just become, you know, the biggest Grammy winner of all time, you know, and she wants to launch a fragrance at the same time. So she's going to be spraying herself with her fragrance while singing All the Single Ladies, or, you know, whatever it is going to be. And there's all this integration together. So she's using the video as a vehicle to promote her fragrance, or to promote her husband, or to promote her children, whatever it is. Okay, so it all comes together. Okay, or something completely different. You could use a brand ambassador. Let's talk about somebody local. You could use anybody. I mean, you could use, and guys, this is an apolitical, a-religious class. Okay, but we will discuss all sorts of things, you know, and you may not necessarily agree with whatever it is, but the thing is, we're just discussing because I really want to stretch your brain as well and get you to think about things. So let's have a look at Julius Malema, for example. Now, Julius Malema has done some really good things, you know, I mean, he's held the ANC accountable, he's held Jacob Zuma accountable, etc. So whether you like him or you don't like him, or, you know, you whatever, anti-EFF and pro-ANC, doesn't matter. But the thing is, he has been a very good, well, to some extent, you know, a brand ambassador for the EFF. He's been very good in some respects, you know, and certainly he appeals to his target market. So, and when he does a video, or they do a march that gets filmed, then gets put onto YouTube or gets put onto the news, how is that effectively creating consistent, clear, and therefore compelling communications? Okay, so it's the umbrella under which all media falls. Okay, there's no clear date when IMM began, but the digital age has accelerated it massively. So the digital age really and truly forced people to become more integrated in their marketing and in their media. And there's the reasons for that will become clear as we do the assignment. Okay, I hear a beep. Somebody sent me a question. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me just chat here. People, who's joined? Matsidiso. Hello, Matsidiso. Welcome. Okay, that's cool. I like this class. It's getting bigger. Welcome, Matsidiso. Let me just see. I think this chat was Jenna saying thank you. Let me just check. Guys, please remember, if you have any questions, you're welcome to put up your hand. You're welcome to interrupt me if you want to say, Rob, I need to ask you a question. That's fine. Since it's only the 6 of us, I have no problem with you guys doing that and asking questions. Okay, cool. All right, so guys, the digital age has increased and accelerated integrated media management massively. Okay, where did IMM take place? Well, most things usually start with the Americans in terms of, you know, sort of marketing science, and then they move to Europe, and then they move to the rest of the world. Okay, so let's quickly discuss the diffusion of innovations, which is very important for your assignment. Okay, not that you need to go and look at the diffusion of innovations as such, but just to understand about it, because it will become clear to you as we do this. So the diffusion of innovations, we're not going to go into too much detail, is basically a bell curve. So where you've got, it starts off low, grows very big, like a graph, okay, and then drops off again. So look, think of a bell, or think of a girl with hair that comes down on either side of her. And I didn't do a graphic for you here because it's not that important to discuss it, but I was watching a movie yesterday, and they're talking about a sigmoid curve, which is when somebody else who's joined, okay, that's just Matsidiso, I think. It's coming back. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, so what happens is at the beginning, when something new comes out, like just think about when cell phones first came out. Now, you guys were all still, you know, you are the digital age, you're the digital nomads, you're all the born frees, etc. But when cell phones first came out, okay, they were a novelty, they were new, and very few people, just the innovators and the early adopters, were using the technology. Then you have what we call the early majority, people who then it becomes popular, it catches on, it cottons on, and then lots of people go and get it. Then you have the late majority, which is the rest of people cotton on and they go and get the technology. And then, of course, you have the laggards, who are the people who don't use the technology or don't want to be involved in the technology. So I look, for example, at my mom. I mean, my mom doesn't, she gets my sister to send her emails because my mom's in her 70s. Okay, so she gets my sister to send her emails. She doesn't use WhatsApp. She doesn't do TikTok. She doesn't do YouTube. She does none of that stuff. She's not interested in it, you know, so because she's of the older generation, so that's not really her thing. Now, you get some people who my mom's age who love that kind of thing. So it's not necessarily an age thing. It's a mindset thing. And my mom is a smart woman, but she's not interested in digital stuff. Okay, so then you get people who today will still say, well, I'd rather buy a DVD than stream a movie, especially if it's on a dodgy site that's going to give me viruses. Personally, for me, I have lots and lots of ebooks, but I still like, I mean, I have an extensive library with lots of paper books because sometimes I always say you can't take a tablet or a Kindle book reader to the beach and then slop Coke all over it and put suntan lotion all over it, but you can't do that to a book, you know, and the book is still going to survive. So it depends on what you want to do. But the thing is, the diffusion of innovations will usually start with the Americans. I mean, look at the stuff that we all use today. Okay, TikTok comes from China, but Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, all of those innovations came from the Americans first, to my knowledge. And then they usually move on to Europe and Asia, and then they usually come to us over here. But not always, because integrated media management is about holistic thinking. And believe it or not, holism is a concept that actually first came out of South Africa and then became a global thing. So in the 1930s and 40s, that's when they started discussing the concept, and it actually went global. And you can think of it as well. I mean, it's like the principle of Ubuntu, which is like a holistic global concept. And there's lots of great stuff, lots of innovation that's come out of South Africa, phenomenal stuff. You know, it's a wonderful country. I mean, if you have a look at certain rights, I mean, South Africa is one of the very, 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 very few countries in the world. And whether you agree with it or not, personally, I don't like the smell, but South Africa is one of the very, very, very few countries in the world where it's possible and legal to smoke marijuana. Okay, you don't always get that. So that's very forward thinking. There are lots of countries who are ahead of the curve, ahead of most of Europe, ahead of the US, ahead of Australia, New Zealand, ahead of most of Asia, etc. So that's very innovative. Okay, and that it was very forward thinking, and that's because of our constitution, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, cool. All right, so that is, where did it take place? Well, it's a global thing now, but it usually starts with the Americans. That's not really that important, but just to give you some background. Who is affected by IMM? Okay, you. So this would be you guys. Let me get your names again. Onelena, Michelle, Dennis, Notando, and Matsidiso. You are the leader, but you are now also just the steward, the ambassador, the champion, the influencer. Okay, and this is very important for your assignment, which we're going to discuss next week, because guys, the brand is no longer in control of the people who create the brand, of the people who steer the brand. The brand is now also controlled by people who invest in the brand, whether they invest in it socially or emotionally, whatever it is, they also control the brand. And we're going to go through a case study today, which is linked to your supplementary first assignment. If you miss the assignment, then the supplementary, it's one of the cases, it's one of the things you need to discuss in your supplementary. Okay, so everyone, guys, is affected by integrated media management. Scott Bedbury, who wrote a book on branding, said that branding is the good, the bad, and the ugly. And this is very important for your assignment as well, guys. Branding is everything. Branding is not the logo. Branding is not the slogan. Branding is not the look and feel of your video. Branding is not the corporate typeface. Branding is not the spokesperson. Branding is everything. Everything is affected by branding, and branding affects everything. And you're going to say, but Rob, this is not a branding class. And I say, but of course it is, darlings. It is a branding class because you cannot separate branding from marketing, and you cannot separate branding and marketing from media. They're all linked to each other. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. All right, guys, please remember, if you have any questions, please give me a shout. Okay, otherwise I'm going to continue, assuming that you guys are all good. All right. All right, guys, why did IMM happening? Did IMM happen? Well, it's still happening. Integrated media management is still happening today more than it has ever been. Okay, more than it has ever been. Okay, so now we're going to watch some videos. I hope that they're going to work. I hope you guys will be able to hear them and see them. Okay, and then this will help to give you some clarity. Okay, so I'm promoting other universities here. I'm giving them credit for their advertising. This is a video by the University of East Anglia, which you're going to watch now. I hope it's going to work. Please let me know if there's a problem. Okay, but here we go. I hope it's going to work. Okay, cool. All right, so before we watch the other one, all right, so guys, video on branding. You can see over there, brands are now yours. That's really what it boils down to. And the thing is, they say what you mean, they say. Okay, so there is still, I mean, obviously you can set the agenda. There is a communications theory about agenda setting. You can still set the agenda, but you can't necessarily always determine, and we're going to do a real world example just now and show you what we mean over there. You can't always set the agenda about what is what people are going to make of your brand. A very good example is Hillary and Donald Trump in the 2016 election. Now, whether you like Donald Trump or not, Hillary had all the street cred in the world. Excuse me. She was first female. Excuse me. She had the backing of Barack Obama. Her husband was president. She'd been the first lady. She'd been Secretary of State. And she just didn't get the vote. She got the most popular votes. She got most of the votes. In other words, she won the popular vote. But she lost the electorates, the electoral college. So she lost the election. And when they spoke to people, young females who they thought would vote for Hillary, and they said she just doesn't. There's something about her that does not connect with us. We don't, we don't connect with her. We don't trust her, and it didn't matter what she said or did. They just didn't believe it. So, and I think it's a tragedy, because I love Hillary. I think she's, phenomenal. I'm not saying that she doesn't have her, her issues. I mean, everybody's got a skeleton or two in their closet, but the thing is, she's really, really been, I think, and she's tried so hard, but I can't see her ever becoming president. And you get somebody like Donald Trump, who was a complete outsider, an outlier, who appealed to people, voters who had never voted before, and they went out and they went and, and they went to vote, and he became president. A complete outlier. So there we go. So, okay, so guys, now I would like all of us, please. Okay, so Dennis, you can do yours on chat. Well, you can all do in the chat if you don't feel like chatting to me, but I would like to get your feedback now on the video. So what do you guys think? How do you guys feel about this concept of the brand is no longer in control of the creator? It's now it's almost now like a co-creation. What do you guys think? So you can go in whatever order you want to, but I would like you all please to answer me and give me some feedback, so I can see where your minds are at, how you're thinking, how your brains are ticking over, and how you're grabbing and grasping this information so far. Cool, who wants to go first? Nobody. Okay, can I call out names? Okay, Onalena, I'm going to go with you first because, okay, let me see who's here. Oh, somebody left. Oh, don't leave. Why are you leaving? Who left? Oh, okay, somebody else has joined us. Okay. Hello, Didi, welcome to the class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wonderful. Hello, Didi, welcome to the class. Hope that you'll have a great time with us and that you will enjoy. Okay, Onalena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Onalena, what do you make? And there's no right or wrong answer. You can just tell me what you think. It's not for marks or anything. You can just tell me what you think and what you're thinking and what works for you. Hello, Vuyo, welcome to the class. Okay, Onalena?
I kind of agree with it, because I think media is now used to, I think in a sense, it takes the ideas that people in the society already have, they just put it in a more mass media context. So I think it makes sense.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So how do you feel about that? I mean, as you now are going to be a media creator going into, how do you feel about sharing that space with just, Mrs. Real Housewives of Josie? I mean, how do you feel about, are you excited? Are you terrified? What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like there's also a lot of uncertainty because of like everything that happens over time. So I'm just okay with it. I wouldn't say I'm excited.
Okay. That's a very real reaction. That's an honest assessment, because it is very uncertain. Unfortunately, people will tell you that the only thing that is constant in the world is change. And I'm going to also turn that theory on its head by the end of this first lecture and tell you that the more things change, the more they stay the same, because human nature hasn't changed in 10,000 years. We've evolved, we've grown, we've become, more, we focus more on our executive centers, on our brains, instead of on our amygdalas, which is our animal thinking. But the thing is, it's just there's certain things that we still do as human beings we've always done. Thank you, Onalena. I like your thinking. Thank you for sharing. Okay, let's get some of the new people. Matsidiso, can you hear me? Matsidiso, what do you think of this concept? Okay. Okay. Nortando, can you tell me what you think? Nortando, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Michelle, what do you make of this situation with brands now not being in the hands of the creators of those brands, and what effect that has in terms of integrated media management.
I wasn't
If
able
you
to
don't
watch
feel comfortable
the video.
speaking, that's fine. You don't have to. This is not, it's not compulsory. It's not for marks. You can leave a comment in the comment box if you want to. I don't want anybody to feel like they're, you know, feeling under pressure. It's cool. Some people like to blab like me. I love talking. And some people just want to listen. Okay, cool. All right. Anybody else want to contribute? Dennis, you want to say something? You can put in the chat box. Didi and Fuyo, you guys are just recently joined. If you want to jump in the conversation, that's fine. Otherwise, maybe you just want to wait and first get a bit of a better feel. Okay. All right. Let's move on then. Okay. Onelena, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. That's why I mentioned the video. Thanks. Okay, all right, guys. There was a bit of a lag on that video. So it is included here. You can see the link in your notes. You may want to rewatch it if you really want to get a better handle on, what exactly is involved in media management and how it affects you and how it affects the industry. Okay, so let's have a look at this last statement over here on the slide. Media fragmentation and media disintermediation. We can no longer spray and pray. Okay, so in the old days, in the 1950s, when this all started, okay, and people started getting TVs in the United States and in parts of Europe, etc. Okay, you would make the assumption, and that's where all these communications theories came from, that people would sit down in front of their TV at night and you would play an advert for them, and they would then, faithfully go off the next day and go and buy the product or the service. Excuse me, and that's how it works. And you could just indoctrinate them, with these things over here. And excuse me, back in the 1950s, there was possibly a truth to it, in as much as it was a much simpler time, and there was a lot less competition and a lot less competition for attention in terms of what media you exposed to. It was radio and TV and newspaper and maybe a billboard on the way home from work, that kind of thing. So it was much less. Nowadays, everybody has a cell phone, and some people have 2 or 3 cell phones, and it is a competition for attention. And people's attention spans have become so short. That's why even this lecture must be like, oh, Rob, shut up and get to the point. Unfortunately, it is a 4.5 hour long lecture, or 4 hour long lecture, including breaks. Okay, so people are no longer exposed. When I haven't listened to a commercial radio station unless I happen to run into a shop and they're playing it. I don't listen to commercial radio. I don't hear any of their advertising, and they're aware of this, and they know. They're like, how are we going to, give, because that's how radio stations make their money, advertising. And so what's happened is that attention has now moved over to a TikTok or a YouTube, and YouTube will now play adverts because they know, and people will buy that advertising space because they know that there are now eyes and ears on YouTube, or they will that's Facebook's model. And Facebook is now having issues around a lot of usage, especially in places like Africa. People are switching over to TikTok or whatever it is. They don't want to necessarily be on Facebook. But if you want to promote your company or your service, whatever it is, you've got to pay to get in front of more eyes. So it's become very fragmented. So media it's just like we all took a big mirror and threw it on the floor and shattered into a million pieces. And one person may look at and be aware of one piece, but they won't notice any of the other 1,000 pieces on the ground. Okay, so media has become disintermediated. So media, instead of it integrating, it's actually fallen apart. Okay, and the reason for that is because we have so many options. We've got SABC 1, 2, 3, and then there's ETV, and then there's all the dish channels. Okay, and I cannot tell you when the last time was I turned on the TV and watched SABC 1. I don't watch SABC. Okay, I'm sure you guys probably don't either, but being in the media field. Okay, I'm on YouTube virtually every day, focusing on stuff that I enjoy watching, whatever that's going to be. I watch quite a bit of TikTok, not as much as YouTube, because there's also a lot of rubbish on TikTok, but I also like the YouTube shorts. And then, of course, people send you stuff via WhatsApp, etc. But you can no longer, guys, in the old days, what you would do is you would spend millions of dollars placing a huge campaign on TV, okay, and you would spray that message across area like a machine gun or like a big spray gun, like paint, okay, and then pray that it would work. And in the old days, you could do that because you'd spray the whole surface and most people would see the message. These days, the surface is broken up into a whole bunch of little bricks that have fallen on the floor, and you can't spray it all, because even if you were to spend $100 million on an advertising campaign, people are not necessarily always going to see it. Now you might say, well, Rob, they will. That's true. Some of us will be exposed to it somewhere, but you can see, and we're going to discuss this also in today's class, it's no longer just about advertising. Okay, so media that you guys are involved in is not just advertising, and it hasn't been that way, gosh, for at least 30 years, 30, 40 years, that it can't just be advertising. There are other things as well. Okay, so why did it happen? Because the world changed. I'm going to speak about the drivers, what's driving these things a little bit later on, but you can see media has driven it a lot. If you look at that video that we watched, you know, people, there are just so many options now. In the past, if you walked into, and think about it like this, you walk into a supermarket and all they had on the shelf was Coke. And it was Coke, and it was Coke, and you had 5 fridges, and every single fridge is filled with Coke, just Coke. Okay, now you walk in there and they're no longer 5 fridges, they're 10 fridges, but only one of them's got Coke. You've got Coke, then you've got Fanta, you've got Sprite, then you've got, you know, Coke Zero, you've got Coke Light, you've got, and then you've got competing brands, and it's just become overwhelming. It's like going to a buffet, and there's so much food you actually don't know where to start. So what you have to do is choose the food that you most like and eat that first, because you'll never be able to taste it all. There's just too much food. Okay, so that is why IMM happened. Okay, so how did it happen? Okay, so if you're a Star Wars fan, in the words of Yoda, to history return you shall. All right, so let's have a look at a basic communications model, and let's have a look at how this works. Okay, so you have the sender. Now let's also have a look. I want to refer back to that University of East Anglia branding video that we watched. Look at Coke as an example. Okay, 1.6 billion bottles every day. Okay, and that is 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago. Somebody is asking a question. Let's see. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, you're in a noisy area, Matsidiso. Okay, hi Matsidiso. Let me just see this question over here. Sorry, I missed this. Thank you. I hope Didi's coming back. Dennis. Okay, Didi. Okay, sorry, I've missed all these messages. Sorry, guys. I am trying to, let me just have a look at them. These are all great. Okay, Didi. I've joined in quite a noisy area space. I cannot respond. My apologies. No problem, Didi. Do what you can. Respond via WhatsApp. Respond via chat if you want to. Dennis, I recently heard one say the persona doesn't make the person makes the persona. Very good. We were talking about branding in terms of artists, though. Looks aren't everything with brands. It's more about the experience and how we can integrate our lives with the brands we seek. Very good. They work in conjunction, but a story is the only way people can relate. Great video. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm really glad that you liked it, Dennis. And I agree with you. You know, a lot of what you said makes a lot of sense. Okay. You're also in a noisy area, so you can type down the answer. Matsidiso, that's great. Type down the answer if you want, you guys. I will read them out to the class. Otherwise, listen, guys, this class is for you. I'm here for you. You know it. You guys use it as you want. It's entirely up to you. I'm trying to make it so that it works for you, and you guys can use it as you see fit. The only requirement is when it comes to assignments and those kinds of things, I would need to look at what you've sent me and say, okay, this is good, but let's add this in, or let's put this in. And at the end of the day, remember, I'm not here to undermine your academic progress. I'm here to help you acquire knowledge to make you ready for industry, or more ready for industry. And my ultimate aim is to see all of you pass well, so that you can feel confident about your degree, because it is such an achievement finishing any qualification, whether it's a diploma or a degree or a certificate course, or it is such an achievement, and you guys need to celebrate that. So my job here is to really help you guys feel great about your studies and to get you, thinking about these things. Thank you for your answers. They were great. Okay, cool. Okay, so in the words of Yoda, to history return you shall. Let's look at the basic communications model. So speaking again about Coca-Cola, I am a die-hard fan of Coke. It's very bad for you. It's just sugary water. And if you remember a couple of years ago, I can't remember the name of the movie. Gosh, it's quite old already. Oh, it was one of those, I think it was Jobs. It was a movie called Jobs. With Steve Jobs about it. And they hired a marketing expert from Pepsi. And the Pepsi guy, Steve Jobs convinced him to come work for Apple. And he said to him, really, do you want to spend the rest of your life marketing sugary water? That's what he said. But you know what? Now you can have a look at all these things if you go back to the World Cup, which was, you guys were also very young, Coke is one of the major sponsors when we had it in South Africa, and you had Canon doing waving flag, and it was all linked to Coke, etc., etc., etc. But Coke is just a drink. But in my experience, and I don't believe in brand loyalty, but we're still going to speak about that a lot in this class. My job is going to be to convince you that brand loyalty doesn't exist. So I don't believe in brand loyalty, but for me, Coke tastes the nicest. Now, does it taste the nicest because I've been brainwashed? Maybe. Somebody might say, well, beer tastes nicer than Coke. I'm not really a beer drinker, so I like Coke. And I don't like, Coke derivatives, whatever it is. You can immediately taste it. We were having a bride the other day, and somebody handed us a glass of cola and tasted it and said, oh, this doesn't taste like Coke. And then when she showed us the bottle, I'm like, oh, well, it isn't Coke. So Coke in this case is your sender. Okay. All right. What is the message? The message is open happy, or open happiness. That was one of their slogans at one stage. Okay, open happiness. I don't know if you guys saw a couple of years ago, there was Coke they went and they filmed the whole thing. It was really cool. They went into I think it was a high school in America, it might have been a college in America, and they put in a really tall, big Coke vending machine that you couldn't actually get to the place where you had to put the coin in. So in order for you to put the coin in, you had to either get up on somebody's shoulder, somebody had to push you up, you had to get a step ladder, and when you put the coin in, it dispensed 2 Cokes at the same time. So you could give a Coke to the person who'd helped you, whatever it is. And people turned this into this fun thing, and they were all engaging with this Coke machine and getting Cokes, and people were filming it, and they were putting it on YouTube, and putting it on Facebook and putting it on Twitter and so on and so forth. And it was really great. It was about share, Coke is about sharing. Coke is about sharing with those that you love. So that's the message. Okay, the medium in this case, and this is where you come, and you can see here is you with your little smiley face. Okay, the medium is, it could be radio, it could be TV, it could be newspaper, it could be billboard, it could be a person. If you had a person running around with a sales promotion, hanging up pamphlets and saying, buy Coke, buy 2, get 1 free, buy 2, get 1 free, that's promotion. The medium there is the person speaking. Okay, it could be the vending machine itself. You could argue the people who are involved in the process. It could be one of your social media. Okay, so those are all examples of how that works, okay, in terms of the medium. And then you have noise or distortion in the channel. So this is where the message gets lost for whatever reason. So distortion in the channel might be because of bad signal. Like today, my video was lagging, so you could see that the words coming up weren't matching the screen talking. So there's distortion in the channel. Or sometimes there may be noise in the channel when somebody's trying to say something. Somebody talks over them and you can't hear them, or your TV's off on silent, or you've turned off the medium, or there's interference, or whatever it's going to be. So that's your noise in the channel. Then the message comes to the receiver. Now, in this case, Coke, the message is, open happiness and share a bottle of Coke, and the receiver is usually the person that you want to drink Coke, or maybe somebody that drinks Coke. So it could either be a potential customer or the customer, as you guys know. All right, and this is the difference between old communication or old promotion, spray and pray, and new communication. Then you get feedback from the receiver back to the sender, but it also goes through a medium and it goes through noise. Okay, so there may be noise in the channel. So for example, you walk into Builder's Warehouse, okay, and the service is terrible, and you speak to somebody who doesn't seem to care about the terrible service. So you give them a 1-star rating on Google Review. And that is how you feedback them. And the medium that you've used is internet and Google. That's the medium. And maybe they see the message because they get bombarded by thousands of messages. So they're just overwhelmed. Okay, and they can't see or pay attention to the message. And so you feel like your message hasn't gone through. But in the old days, if you wanted to communicate with somebody, you couldn't. You'd have to write to the person, or you couldn't. You just have to live with it. And I know, and this is old. I think this happened about 15 years ago. There was a, Dennis, you might like this. There was a musician who got onto a United Airlines flight in the States somewhere, and he was sitting at the window, and they saw him, he saw the baggage handlers throw his guitar onto the conveyor belt that goes up into, you know, the cabin, or the storage compartment, and that he saw how they broke his guitar, and he was furious. And when he couldn't get any help from anybody, and you know, he complained and they didn't do anything. So he actually wrote a song about it called United Breaks Guitars. That was the name of the song. And he created a video about it, and he put it on YouTube, and it went viral, and everybody saw it and they shared it and they loved it and all that. And then United Airlines contacted him and said, "Oh, we're so sorry, we didn't mean to break your guitar. Here's a refund, here's a new guitar, here's a free flight," etc., etc., etc. And that is the power that consumers now have. So whether you like it or not, that is the environment in which we function these days. And we're going to do a South African example about that as well. So a little bit just now. Okay, guys, I can't remember what time classes finish and classes start. So I'm going to lecture again until 10 to 2, so over another 10 minutes, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, so you can, you know, go grab something to drink, go have a bathroom break, whatever it is, and we'll start again at 2 o'clock, just to give you guys time, because this is long lectures today, you know, with lots to get through. Okay, so how did IMM happen? Well, over time, because of communication, we had to integrate all the media to bring it together, to create that consistent, clear and compelling communications, and break through all the clutter and all the voices that we couldn't hear. Okay, so this is quite a long slide. We're doing it again and again. How did IMM happen? Okay, so I was going to ask you guys questions. You guys can feel free to contribute. What is the first set of noise in the channel/medium sender to receiver? And what is the second set of noise in the channel/medium receiver to sender? Okay, and then I wanted to discuss this with you guys. Maybe when you guys get to know me a little bit better and you're feeling a bit more confident, and you're feeling a bit more comfortable, you're not in noise environments, you guys can, but please feel free, guys, to do the chat. Nobody is required to do ever want to, except the assignments. Those are compulsory. Lol. Okay. All right, so guys, what is the first set of noise in the channel medium from sender to receiver? Maybe it's just the fact that no matter what you say, people don't like your brand. No matter what Hillary said. I mean, Hillary went on to Will and Grace, okay, back in 2016, which is 7 years ago now, and she tried to appeal to, you know, watchers of Will and Grace, and even that, and people said, "Oh, they're wonderful and just so cool," and all this, and it didn't necessarily resonate with people. Okay, and then receiver to sender, you can see the noise in the channel mediums united with the guitars being broken. You know, so overwhelmed by the 3,000 messages they get every day from, you know, customers that are unhappy, that they just don't have enough staff to get through the backlog, and they just then forget about the messages until somebody breaks through the noise and says, "Well, I'm writing a song about how United breaks guitars, and now you have to pay attention." And that is the challenge that we face, both as creators of messages for brands that have to go through the media, or maybe you, now this could also happen, and this is actually one of your assignment questions. You may be employed with your BBA when you leave, and a little company says to you, "Listen, guys, we've got no money, we've got zero budget, and we want you to do a zero budget campaign for us on social media and get us some publicity, get us some views, get us some hits." It is a very difficult thing to do, because how do you make a video go viral? You know, it's not easy at all. You need to find a hook, you know, which is going to appeal to people that they want to share it, you know, on their own. You don't have to force them to share it. They just like it so much, and that's very difficult to do. And it's becoming more difficult because there's so much good content out there. Okay, but you can see over here, what are some of the ways a message can get distorted? Language. If you don't speak English, if you only speak Russian, or if you only speak French, or whatever it is, you can't understand the message. Okay, culture. If you are somebody who believes that, you know, guns, you know, are the best thing, and America should have gun control, not have gun control, that everybody has the right to bear arms, because that's what the Second Amendment says, then no matter how much you try and convince people, they will ignore your messages. Perception, maybe there's a perception around the brand. So, for example, I'll give you an example, and this is my bias and my prejudice. Okay, yesterday, India did an announcement that they're spending 80 billion rand on buying 500 new aircraft from Boeing and Airbus. Okay, because they want to take on. There's so many Indians who live all over the world, and they want to take on those markets because those people now all fly Emirates and Etihad, and they fly Qatar Airways. Okay, and I was thinking, well, India, I'm not saying I'll never, ever, ever use you, but you got a lot of work to do to convince me to fly with you. And one of the reasons is, why must I fly from Joburg to Mumbai and then to London, which is out of my way because it's further east, than fly from Joburg to Doha to London, as an example. So it could be perceptions around, whatever. Values, your value system. If somebody says to you, and this is controversial, and please forgive me, I'm just using an example. If somebody says to you, abortion is wrong, and you shouldn't, abort a baby, and the arguments for and against versus a woman's right to choose, okay, what are your values? If you have Christian values, you're not going to listen to an abortion message. You're going to say, I'm sorry, I reject that. Okay, or if you say, no, a woman's right to choose is absolute. My body, my choice, you can't force me. If I don't want to have a baby, then I need to be able to abort it. But then you can also say, at what point? Aborting a baby at 6 weeks, is just a fetus. Or you could say, well, I'm sorry, life begins at conception. So if you fall pregnant, you have to have that child. But then the moral dilemma is, if you didn't want that child and you throw the baby away when it gets born, or dump it on the priest's doorstep and say, I'm sorry, I can't have this child, is that morally more reprehensible than aborting your baby? See, all of these things, perceptions, cultures, that can clash. Okay, and then overload. Sometimes we just have so much information, like today I'm bombarding you with so much information, you can't take it all in. It's just too much information. Okay, and that's how messages can get distorted. Okay, good. Okay, how did IMM happen? More history. Okay, guys, before we get into this history, I'm going to take a break now because this is a lot. Okay, because this is also quite complex. Let's take a break. So it is now 13:47. Let's take a 10-minute break so you guys can grab a drink or a cup of coffee or put your feet up or do some calls, whatever it is. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes and we'll continue. Cool. All right. So I hope you all heard me. Annalena, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. All right. So did you get the message about us taking a 10-minute break now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Hey guys, okay, we're back. Let me see who's here or is no longer here. Okay, that's cool. Right, cool. Well, if you're here, welcome. If you've left, catch you next time. Okay, all right, so I'm going to go back to sharing. All right, sorry, forward winding. Let's quickly go back to where we were. Excuse me. Okay, so guys, how did IMM happen? How did integrated media management come about? And you'll see, for me, I tend to use integrated media management and integrated marketing communications almost interchangeably. We're going to discuss the similarities and the differences, but integrated media management is absolutely part and parcel of integrated marketing communications, because the one thing I want to impress upon you today is, excuse me, marketing is not the function just of the media department. Marketing is the function of the entire organization. Anybody who is a stakeholder, and this is where we talk about strategic communication, stakeholder communication, organizational communication, marketing is the function of every stakeholder. Okay, so for example, I have studied at both UJ and UNISA, and I can tell you that UNISA, and also UJ, but UNISA is very big on stakeholder communication. They've had lots and lots of problems, with some of their stakeholders, be that the students or the cleaning staff. Last year, the cleaning staff interrupted a couple of graduation ceremonies, and that made UNISA management furious. They're like, how can you do this? Because people have traveled in to come and attend the graduations, and they said it's very disruptive and it's disrespectful. The issue with cleaning staff getting additional funding, or an increase could have been discussed not in in front of a graduation ceremony, but the cleaning staff felt that they wanted to make a statement, and they certainly did. They got the attention of UNISA management, because they feel that they have been affected by the cost of living crisis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, whether you agree or you don't, that is one of the things that is important. It is to look at the whole, all of the stakeholders, not just. And they said, listen, guys, the students are the most important element of the UNISA picture. UNISA, it needs to be, and that is how they view it. But they also said we need to also incorporate an African narrative as a university. We don't just want to be, we want to see, what is, how can we decolonialize, our teaching and our learning. So that then speaks to like a political thing, but also changing, and some students like it and some students don't. Some students found that useful, some students didn't. And then of course, what about the lecturers? I mean, you can't, without lecturers, without academic staff, without admin staff, you can't have a university. So it's the same thing with Boston. You want to keep the the lecturers happy, but the students that you really, because the students are the ones who are paying to study there. They're paying a lot of money. So it's not just the function of the media. It's the function of the whole organization, and that is very difficult to achieve. Okay, so let's have a look at more history. How did integrated media management happen? Okay, so you guys may have been exposed to a very old antiquated marketing theory that says that marketing consists of 4 Ps, which are product, price, place, and promotion. Now, some of my colleagues and some of my mentors at university and so on and so forth would kill me for sharing this with you and say you're a marketing heretic and you're a communications dropout, etc. But the 4 Ps, guys, still forms a very nice framework, 4 pillars upon which you can build marketing, and from that you can build everything up and then include all the other bits and pieces, which we're going to discuss. Okay, so for the purpose of a jumping off and starting point, let's again have a look at the 4 Ps of marketing as the starting point. Okay, so back in the 1990s, and I have another video to show you guys next week, Okay, back in the 19, or was it? It might be a little bit later. I just need to cue it up though. Back in the 1990s, there was this realization that because marketing was no longer spray and pray, where you have a product at a certain price, you sell in a certain place, and you just spray and pray marketing, and people will pay attention to the message and all rush into your store tomorrow and buy your can of cola or your brand of chocolate or your lawnmower or whatever. Okay. And they then realize, but guys, the focus is shifting. And you can see the P's on the left-hand side are all focused on the company. The C's on the right-hand side are all focused on the consumer, okay, on the recipient. So in effect, this is like the communications model. On the left-hand side is the sender, and on the right-hand side is the receiver. And what we are experiencing today is an ongoing flow of this thing, but it's become even bigger. It's become more prominent. It's become, you know, more pronounced, and it's gotten faster as well. Okay, so what these theorists all said is that we should no longer just focus on the product, we should focus on the consumer. So why? Because the consumer will dictate to you what the product is. And I remember I was at some stage also, I have a very long history in corporate and in academia, but I was involved in shopping centers, you know, for quite some time as well. And I remember that the one chap said to us, you know, he eventually came to realization that because we were having discussions, they said, guys, you cannot dictate to the market. The market is going to dictate to you. So, you know, if you are, it's kind of like, and let me give you an example for you guys. Okay, you guys are mostly in Joburg. It's more a West Rand example than it is a Sand example, but let's have a look at an example and then even take it to Second City in a minute. Okay, Westgate was, back when it first opened in 1985, this really big shopping center, or became a very big shopping center by 1989, became the third largest center in Joburg. Okay, and it was very, very, very white, very Afrikaans. Like all the Afrikaner poppies and tannies used to go there. And I'm not being disparaging. I have lots of Afrikaans friends. So, you know, I often say to them, hello poppy or hello tannie, whatever it is. You know, it's not being disparaging in any way, but they used to go shopping there, you know, with their permed hair and their hoorhakskoene, you know, their high heel shoes and that kind of thing. And then over time, as Joburg grew, so the market changed. And what happened was Westgate then started becoming a far more integrated center where there started being a lot of black people who shopped there, and they started and there was a squatter camp that was, you know, set up just quite close to the center at a train station down the way. And those people started shopping there as well. They went there because there was Pick and Pay and there was ShopRite, not ShopRite, Checkers, etc., etc., etc. And then what happened is in 2004, Clearwater opened. Okay, and people then went to Clearwater and they all migrated. And what happened was it didn't become about race, it became about class. So what happened was people who could afford to or wanted to hang out at a Clearwater went to Clearwater. And whether Westgate liked it or not, the market had changed. And they then had to say, okay, listen, guys, and that's why stores like Stutterford's, they closed down. They said, well, there's no market for a Stutterford's anymore. We should rather put in a Pep. Because, and I love Pep. I shop at Pep all the time. It's the only place I buy my clothing. Mr. Price is too expensive. Eggers is way too expensive. Woolworths is way, way too expensive for me. You guys might say, well, Rob, really, that's just so gross. How can you shop at Pep? Well, I like Pep because it's cheap. You know, and I'm all about, you know, cheap, comfortable clothing. That's me. Unless you have to dress up, and then maybe you get a nice pair of slacks from a Woolworths or an Eggers or something. But the thing is, the market has changed, and you can't dictate to the market. The market dictates to you. So what's very important is these people then realized that product became consumer. They had to focus on what the consumer is. And wherever you are, like today, you will see, and this is, guys, this is demographics, and it's a touchy subject, but it's an important thing to look at. 80% of South Africa's market is black. Okay, so you have to focus your advertising on people, you know, who will, I mean, when I was your age, there was no vernac used in TV adverts. Okay, you would never have a KFC, Gum Nandi, whatever, that kind of thing. It was nothing like that. You would never have any of that stuff. It's all like, oh, KFC's finger looking good, etc., etc., etc. You would never have those things, and you wouldn't even necessarily have products and services. I mean, for example, you know, introducing pop into a thingy or whatever it is. Those things never happened back then, and you needed to cater to the market. If the market came to you and said, "Listen, I want pop with my chicken," then you had to address that issue. You know what I mean? So you have to cater your market. And by the same token as well, if you're going to a Hyde Park, okay, and irrespective of the demographics, they either aspire to have money or they have money, and they expect to be served with decent cutlery, or they expect to be served, you know, at a table that's got nice serviettes, or they expect to walk into a store, and if you want to sell them a dress for 100 rand, they're going to laugh at you and say, "I'm sorry, if you're selling me a dress for 100 rand, it means that it's cheap rubbish. I want something expensive, and I'm prepared to pay for it." So the focus has moved from product to consumer. What does the consumer want? Likewise, price has moved to cost. Now you might say, "Well, Rob, you just contradicted yourself, because not everything." It's not necessarily cost in terms of it's cheap. Okay, so some consumers are price sensitive. Okay, if I go and buy myself a new laptop, I want to have a laptop that is cost efficient, but it still needs to have a big enough memory and RAM, so you know, big enough hard drive and RAM, so that it can do things I need it to do. If I want to run a movie on it or a video, whatever it is, it needs to be able to do those things. So cost is both in terms of what does it cost the consumer to use your product or service in terms of time and effort and money, and buy into your brand, not just what does it cost you as a company to promote the product or service or idea to the consumer. So the focus has shifted. It's all become about the receiver of the information, not the sender of the information. Place has now, and we see this still happening today, guys. This theory is more than 30 years old. We still see this today. Place has become about convenience. Okay, speaking again about shopping centers. Okay, think about the effect that COVID had on a shopping center like Sandton City, or Mall of Africa, or Fourways Mall, or Menlyn, or the Pavilion, or Gateway, or Canal Walk in Cape Town, or Bay West Mall in, you know, in PE. Those are all examples of, or Loch Logan in Bloem. Okay, those are all examples of big centers that were category killers, as an example, and they have all lost market share because people are saying, well, why should I, you know, log on to, or go into a shopping center when I can just log on to Takealot or whatever it is, or, you know, Uber, okay, Uber's more food, or Mr. D. Those are all great examples of, you know, somebody trying to say something, or somebody, oh, crumbs, I've lost my whole how much people left? Onelena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I think the electricity just came back, so the Wi-Fi switched off.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Students at the okay. Well, I hope that the are you talking about in Joburg, in Sandton, where you are?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So you can see that that you know, you now need to, and that has had a massive knock-on effect at a place like Sandton or Menlyn, where they said, how are we going to get those people back? You know, because now they want convenience. Are we going to extend our trading hours? Are we going to integrate our stuff? And this is where you guys come in, you know, integrated media. Are we now going to say you can either pop into the Woolworths store, or you can buy stuff, or you can pre-order it online, and then you can, you know, pop into the Woolworths store and come and deliver it and have a cup of coffee whilst you're there, etc., etc. So the convenience has become a very big thing, and that has definitely accelerated as a trend. Okay, and then promotion has become communication. Now, guys, communication, the difference between promotion and communication is all about two-way. There has to be feedback. There has to be a dialogue between the sender and the receiver. In the old days, in the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1930s, when you put out an advert for radio or TV or whatever, there's not so much TV in the 30s, but anyway, radio, there was no way for those people to communicate. But the only way you would know if the advert worked is if people came into your store or came into your whatever it is or bought your thing. Then you'd know that your promotion was effective. Nowadays, you guys will know this as media students, okay? All advertising needs to have a call to action. There needs to be a website address on, your billboard, or there needs to be, a call number on your TV advert, whatever it's going to be. You have to have those things. So it's now become about focusing on communication and focusing on two-way communication between sender and receiver. And you, as the media student, are the recipient between those two things, because you have to facilitate the communication from sender to receiver, and then from receiver back to sender. You have to do both. Okay, so that's really important just to keep in mind as well. And okay, so this is how did IMM happen? Why? How did it come about? Well, because we've now seen this move from the 4 Ps to the 4 Cs. Okay. All right, guys, then this is something we really touched on, but let's touch on it again. Okay. Branding is no longer only the job of the marketing manager and the media manager. Okay, branding is for the whole organization, but most people don't realize this. Okay, and you are no longer in control of your brand. It's the inside out versus outside in. All you can do is steer or influence, and this is also important for your assignment. So guys, inside out, if you look at it in the old days, you as the creator employed by the company, by the brand, whether it's Coca-Cola or SA Breweries or Woolworths or Sandton City or City of Joburg or Brand South Africa or the ANC or Coca-Cola or President Joe Biden or Vice President Kamala Harris or Brand Russia or BRICS or whatever it's going to be. Okay, you used to put out a message and people would hear that message. So that was inside out. From the inside, the message goes out. Nowadays, we have messages, reciprocal messages, coming from the outside and going in. And you have to now manage those messages, and it becomes very, very difficult to manage those messages as you're moving them because they're coming from outside. You have to control, curate, and steer those messages in the right direction. And you can't always control it, guys. It's very difficult. We're going to go through an example of that right now. Okay, so here's a good example, guys. Lyft. I'm going to open these articles, if I can get them open, and I actually want to read them with you because they're just so good. Well, I think they are, at least. Okay, so guys, I don't know if you're aware, I haven't used them yet, but I'm going to be using them this year probably. There is a new airline that's come about in South Africa called Lyft. Okay, and yeah, if you have a look at the tumultuous industry that the airline industry is in, okay, so Kalula's folded, Mango's folded, Comair's folded, British Airways Comair. Okay, SA has been seriously had its wings clipped, and there are now 4 major players in the South African market, which is also, what's included in your supplementary assignment. Okay, so the 4 major players are Airlink, which is now the biggest airline, FlySafair, which is catching up fast, and they've got lots and lots of flights. Okay, Lyft, which is quite small, and then Semair, which is a niche airline. Okay, but if you have a look over here, you can see this article. Lyft beats 25,000 suggestions as name of new South African airline. So guys, this is a great example of outside in, okay, because the name was chosen by the public. So let's have a look. The airline industry is an incredibly diverse one. I'm reading here at the bottom. And this fact also applies to the names of carriers themselves. While some simply refer to their current country of origin, others are more creative. While the naming of an airline is usually a corporate decision, please note, so remember corporate, it's product or it's the decision of the sender of the information. The latest carrier has been christened Lyft following an extensive input from the country's citizens. So please note this is receiver to sender. The sender didn't decide on the name of the airline, and the receiver. Okay, very interesting. Many months in the making, that's what it says. The ongoing pandemic has impact the airline industry. Have seen airlines, South African Airways, call now seems a very challenging time to start a new airline. Also, and that is looking to do just that. Okay, so 2020. ComSE and planning to launch a new South African and former Uber executive, Jonathan Ayash. Okay. 25,000 names were suggested. Okay, so until now, the new airline has remained nameless. Last month, and this article dates from 2020, I think. Let's see. 2020, yeah, end of 2020. Okay. So until the airline has remained nameless, last month, rather than keeping the decision a fully corporate, Novik instead invited the South African public to submit ideas for his name. To encourage entries, the following prize for the winning name was up for grabs. First prize, worth of flights on air, comprising 12 return flights for 2 people, so winner plus the partner, a value of 2,000 rand per person per flight. Trail must be used in 12 months of winning. Okay. A month later, the entry has been announced. Lift, chosen from over 20 countries. South Africa had submitted the site. Share of these individuals will also have their name inscribed on the first egg. As you can see, this is actually such a clever campaign because you guys, what do you want to call the new airline? There are 25,000 people enter. It's created publicity. It became a talking point. It was all across social media. I actually didn't catch any of it. I completely missed it, to be honest with you, which is normal. If it had been on, major TV stations and I was still watching TV, 30 years ago when you could still watch TV and there was all you could watch, I probably would have caught it, but see, I missed it. But even so, it makes for a very interesting case study. Okay, so Business Tech reports that according to Novik, a decision was made to choose a name that was relevant to the category, unique, optimistic, and of course, easy to pronounce and remember. As one might expect, there was a huge variety of 25 suggestions. Novik stated that some were thoughtful and inspiring, like Ubuntu Air and Fly Mzansi. Jay Rainey and Planey McPlaneface were never going to fly, while Gravy Plane must have confused us with another airline. So that's Gideon Novik having a dig at SAA by calling it Gravy Plane. Okay, so there we go. All right, so planned launch route, much like Novik's other airline venture, Cooler.com. Lyft is planned to be a low-cost carrier, given the struggles of the country's flag carrier airline. This could prove to be exactly what the South African aviation industry needs. Novik intends to launch the Lyft on the Cape Town to Johannesburg route. The corridor was fiercely competitive and represented the world's 11th busiest domestic route in 2019. The carrier is set to launch in December. It remains to be seen whether Lyft will prove to be successful in gaining a share in the South African low-cost market. Nonetheless, one has to admire the bravery of Novik and his partners for going ahead with its launch at such a difficult time for the airline industry as a whole. Okay, so guys, this is a great example, okay, of outside in, because they said, guys, you tell us what you want to call the airline, and then we will consider it. And if it's a good, we're not going to use Planey McPlaneface or Gravy Plane, but if it's a good suggestion, we'll certainly consider it. And there we go. That's what they did. So now let's have a look at another article which came out, which, so as I said, Lyft gets it right in this case over here. Lyft beat 25,000 suggestions as the name of the South African airline, and then Lyft gets it wrong. Lyft responds to online users accusing the airline of water wastage. Okay, so let's open this one. Okay, and this is related to the SUP assignment. But guys, this is what you need to have a look at when you're doing your assignments. Okay, you need to, excuse me, look at the environment in which you function as a media manager, because it's all fine and well saying, oh, well, I'm going to put the nuts and bolts together. So if you're like Dennis or one of the other guys in the class, and you're sitting there and putting together a video or creating a jingle, okay, for a company or whatever it's going to be, okay, you can't use, like 60s, rock music for a 21st century, like really contemporary, electronic music house kind of vibe, because it's not going to relate to the market. Okay, so you've got to take that in mind, but you can't also just sit there and create it. You need to be aware of the environment in which you're creating it. And guys, one of the things I want to impress upon you as well is sometimes client is not going to know. If you're dealing with a big corporate client, they'll probably know, and it can be difficult because then they have their own set agenda. You just have to say, well, let me deal with the agenda and let me do what they say, which may not necessarily make you happy, but at least you get paid. But in some cases, if you're dealing with a smaller client, they may not know what they need. You have to advise them and say to them, guys, this is what I think. You might have to work with a marketing manager who's got very set ideas as a media person. Maybe you will become the marketing manager. You have your BBA, and they say, because I can promise you right now as well, they don't sit there, recruitment agents don't sit there with a fine-tooth comb and say, well, we know the difference between a BA and a BBA and a BCom marketing. They don't care. They're like, any B degree, do you have a background in marketing? Great, we'll hire you for the position. Okay, so you need to, you can never, there are often over a degree will just, it's an entry into the market. It certainly doesn't open, you know, all the doors for you. So just keep that in mind. And I'm not saying that to discourage you. Getting a degree is a fantastic thing. I have 4 of them. I can attest and they are wonderful, wonderful things. But just remember, it's just a foot in the door. It doesn't mean that you're gonna, okay, so, all right, so lift beats it. Oh, crumbs, I just closed it. Sorry, silly me. All right, let's open it again. Okay, so I hope you're not all bored to tears. You can all watch these again later, if you like, and just get the gist of it. Sometimes how challenging it is. Sorry, guys, this thing's really slow now that you can all still hear me. Olena, can you hear me? Oh, crumbs. Olena, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your network is horrible.
You can hear me. Sorry, you were saying what? Sorry?
I can't really hear you. Your network is horrible.
Guys, can you hear me better now? Olena, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now.
Is it better? So, sorry about that. Okay, how much did you miss? Did you hear me read the article about Lyft? Olena, can you hear me?
No, you're going again.
Okay, so did you article about Lyft?
You're buffering, so.
So sorry, say that again.
Did I? I couldn't hear you. I was saying your network is still buffering, but I can't hear it.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna, Dennis, thank you for answering. Okay, open before open the Lyft. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna repeat the Lyft article. Onalena and Dennis, can you guys just please let me know if you can hear the article now? Can you hear now? Just please send me a message and let me know if you can hear me now. Okay, Dennis, you can hear me now. Onalena, please confirm. Can you also hear me now? Oh, crumbs. Okay, thank you, Nortando, for telling me you can hear me clearly on your end. Sorry, Dennis, you're having trouble. I'm sorry about the data and the time issue. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the Lyft article again, but in a nutshell, just to let you know what's happening. Okay, so Lyft is a name that was chosen by this airline. Okay, over 25,000 suggestions. What I'm trying to make is that Gidon Novick and Jonathan Ayash, who started this airline, said, we're not going to choose the name of the airline. We want you to choose the name of the airline. So they are handing control of the brand from them as the marketing department or them as the brand owners over to the consumers of the brand. Okay, and that is the point that I was trying to make. Okay, so you can see we've gone from inside out to outside in. We've moved from the sender of the information to the receiver of the information. Okay, so I hope you've got that. Okay, I'm going to try my best to make sure that you don't battle to hear me. Okay, so Nortando, thank you for letting me know that you could hear okay. Somebody else through. Sorry, guys, it's always a problem with, you know, with load shedding and buffering and I completely understand the difficulties of, yeah, but it's okay. There's transfer of information. Guys, if you have any questions, my email address is listed in your student outlines. You can always drop me a mail. Okay, so and feel free to, and thanks for letting me know. Okay, so I hope you can hear me okay. Onelena, can you still hear me? Oh, thank you for you. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know you can hear me. Onelena, can you still hear me? Okay, I hope you can. All right. Okay, so guys, let's have a look at where Lyft may have gotten it wrong. Okay, so I got it right with the name of the thingy of the airline, but here we go. This is now quite recent. This was last year. So a year later, Lyft responds to online users accusing airline of water wastage. Okay, so the newly relaunched Lyft airline landing at the King Shaka International Airport. Okay, social media users did not let things express their concern on water wastage after Lyft uploaded a video of its maiden flight to Durban landing at King Shaka International Airport. In the celebratory video playing Beyonce's hit song Cuff It, water cannons are used to shower Lyft's debut flight from Johannesburg to Durban as it cruises down the runway. Okay, Lyft launched its highly rated route between Durban and Johannesburg on October 26 last year and now offers scheduled flights between the City of Gold and Africa's Playground. Although some TikTok users congratulated Lyft on its launch, some users expressed concern over the amount of water used in celebration when some parts of Durban were still without water after the April floods. One user who goes by the name of Anesh commented, Tongaat got water, got no water, and they're wasting like that. Okay. Another user, AF, shot to Lyft's defense and said, everyone complaining about the water but drives down in clean cars. Go tell the car wash companies first. Lyft responded, PS, the water used is responsibly harvested from non-drinkable grey water. No wastage on our watch. Tongaat, which is just 15 minutes away from the airport, has faced severe water shortages since the catastrophic floods in April, with some communities having experienced water shortages for close to 200 days. Okay, on the day of Lyft's launch, eThekwini Mayor Mxolisi Kaunda held a briefing at Otongati Waterworks treatment plant and announced that construction work on the plant had been completed ahead of schedule and has since been commissioned. The plant had been extensively damaged during the floods, which left many residents without water. From tomorrow, October, etc., etc., etc. So, guys, you can see over here now. If you have a look, this water cannon salute that they do over here, where they spray a new arrival of a plane, is an internationally accepted thing. When a new flight arrives on a new route at a new airport, they always use the water cannons, which are used, the fire engines, to spray the new plane like champagne to welcome it. Okay, now Lyft has done this as well to celebrate the launch of their new airline, okay, or their new route from Joburg to Durban. And people are saying, no, but this is a waste of water. If you consider the problem that Durban has had, okay, with water, this is a waste of water. And then Lyft quickly responded and said, listen, guys, we use grey water. So we didn't use, we didn't waste fresh water, which was smart. But you can see, guys, that's the other thing. If you are the media manager for Lyft and you're responsible for their social media, you got to be so quick on the button. And the minute somebody posts a negative comment, you have to respond to that. And that is so micromanaging. It's become such a micromanaging pain, burden, but you have to do it. That's what they will pay you for, because you don't want that message to be left unanswered for weeks and weeks and months on end. That just makes the company look so bad. It's so damaging to the brand. Okay, so guys, your assignment, the supplementary assignment, is specifically a question about Lyft. So now, if you're not going to do the supplementary assignment, you're not going to get that question. You've got some other delicious questions, like there's one on the ANC, and you guys running a campaign for the ANC for next year's election. But just keep that in mind. You have to take theory and apply. Always take the theory and apply. Okay, that's how you're going to get your marks. So we're going to go through that in detail next week's class. All right. Okay, guys. How did integrated media management happen? Is integrated media management the same as integrated marketing communications? I've said here yes and no. Okay, so integrated media management, to answer your question, is a section of integrated marketing communications, because marketing communications is not always about media management. Media management is a subsection of integrated marketing communications, because not all marketing communications deals with the media. Sometimes it does, most times it does, but not always. Okay, so if you have a look at the marketing communications mix, according to Philip Kotler, love his stuff, he's a fabulous professor of marketing in the States, or was, I think he's retired now. He specifically says that the marketing communications mix is 5 things: advertising, PR and publicity, promotions, sales, and direct marketing, which includes social media and email. Guys, email is also a form of marketing. Okay, but that is direct because it's directly to you. So dear Rob, thanks so much for signing up for our newsletter. Here is the latest details. Okay, so is media involved in all of these? We're going to discuss that in class 2. Okay, all right, so guys, this is very important for your assignment. So please pay close attention to this one over here. Very important. You have to do an analysis. It's still buffering, but I can hear. Awesome. Thank you, Annalena. I'm glad you can hear. Thank you for confirming. Notando, thank you for confirming. And Dennis, thank you for confirming. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Okay, so how is integrated media marketing, media management and marketing management happening? Please note, guys, it's the present continuous text, still happening. In other words, ongoing, present continuous. Okay. Guys, these are essentially important things. You're going to get this, and I can tell you right now, I'm setting your exam subject to approval by the academic manager and the academic coordinator. I can tell you right now, not your exam, sorry, your final, your summative assessment, which is for 40%. You are going to get a question on PESEL drivers in your assignment. I think on all your assignments, you're going to get them. Okay, so I haven't said all your assignments yet, but I can tell you right now, your first assignment has PESEL drivers in it, and your final assignment, which counts 40%, is going to have PESEL drivers in it. Why, Rob? Why are these so important? Because you cannot exist in a vacuum as a marketing manager or a media manager. You do not exist in a stasis. You're not an island somewhere. I was reading an article yesterday about a group of people that live off the coast of India. They live on berries and fruit and whatever they can find on the island. They have no outside interference. And the Indian government, you're not allowed to go there, you're not allowed to stay there, because they are basically isolated from the world. No social media, no technology, no electricity, whatever it is. And they say their immune systems are so not used to diseases that if we went on there and breathed on them, they would all die. That is how the Spanish ended up killing so many people when they colonized South America. All those South American Native Americans, they died of diseases like smallpox, etc., because they were infected by the Europeans who brought those diseases to South America. Okay, so aside from those people over there, no country, no city, no neighborhood, no person is disconnected from the global world. If you look at what happened with COVID, okay, COVID started in China, and the next minute, within 6 months, it was everywhere in the world. that's how it spread, because in the same way that we're connected with devices, we're also connected with transport. You can't, if you guys remember a movie 30 years ago called 12 Monkeys, where there's a guy who actually goes around infecting people all over the world on purpose. It's some dystopian movie. Okay, that is as an example of that you cannot disconnect the world. So when you are planning your media strategy and planning these things for the company that you're going to be working for, okay, whether it's a big company or a small company, you have to consider the environment, the macro environment, okay, in which you exist. Okay, so these PESEL drivers, or macro environment strategy, okay, we're going to populate this list in class. So I wanted to go through this with you, but maybe in the interest of time, we won't do it now. You guys can just include it in your strategy. Okay, but guys, PESEL is an acronym for political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental. Some people just use PEST, the first four. Some people say PESTY. I like PESEL. Okay, so, and this was stuff that I used when I did my master's. Okay, so political. How does the political environment affect the brand for which you work, or the brand that you are going to establish and promote to the world? Okay, and it doesn't matter whether that brand is a person, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, yes, Olaf Scholz, who's in Germany, Cyril Ramaphosa, whoever's going to challenge Cyril Ramaphosa in the next elections. Okay, obviously the ANC conference is over. Whomever, the guy, they're having an election in Nigeria quite soon. So whoever it is. Okay, so if you are the media manager of a political brand, brand, you need to know what's going on in the world in order to be able to manage that brand. If you are the media manager of the EFF as an organization, as a brand, what are you going to do to counter the negative perceptions that the EFF is left of center, etc.? I mean, what are you going to do if Black Land First contacts you and says, listen, we want to promote our agenda, that South Africa belongs to the indigenous people who were born here, and that's what are you going to do? And they say, listen, we're willing to pay you lots of money. You have to understand the environment in which they function, who's speaking against them, what's happening, in order to be able to promote their agenda. That's important, So let's have a look at just some examples. Political, so local. The 2024 elections, guys. One of your assignment questions is the ANC. You have to put together a strategy for the ANC to convince people because the ANC went from a market share high of 70% in 2004. 2000, I think it was 1999. I think it was 2004. Okay, to a market share low of 48% in 2021. So in 17 years, they lost more than 22% of their market share. They now are in serious danger of no longer being the majority party in South Africa, which means they have to go into coalition governments, which they don't like because it means that they can't, do what they want to do. And whatever your political affiliation, okay, and you guys are because you're younger than I am, okay, you guys are the ones who are making it happen. You guys might be saying, well, I'm sick of load shedding, and I'm sick of, potholes in the roads, and I'm sick of buffering, when I'm trying to do my classes, and I'm sick of whatever it is, and I'm not going to, vote for, whatever it is because I want change, whatever it's going to be. You might say, no, change, means going back to apartheid, now I'm sticking with the ANC. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's not important. But how does the political environment affect your brand? And it's not just a political brand. Imagine if Eskom contacted you tomorrow and said, listen, we need you, because they're turning 100 this year. I don't know if you guys are aware. They said, listen, we need you to put together a campaign to convince people that Eskom is a fabulous brand. After you finish laughing and falling off your chair and saying, ha, 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 what a fat joke. Okay, what exactly are you going to do? If they said to you, listen, we're willing to pay you a ton of money. Sorry, I've just messed up my slides. Oh, crumbs. Okay, now, crumbs. Sorry. Now my goodie is stuck. Okay, now it's missing. Oh, there it is over there. Okay. All right, so what are you going to do to convince people that Eskom is a fabulous brand, if that's your job? And what media are you going to use are you going to do cool hip-hop, TikTok, like cool, funky, videos for for Eskom to convince people, you know, get some cool guy to do like a rap, like yo, Eskom is so cool, la, la, whatever. I mean, I don't know, I'm not a rapper, but you can get what I'm saying, okay? And are you going to take the job? If they pay you enough money, yes. What happens if you're working for a company and they say, listen, we know it's lawful, but they're paying us a lot of money. You have to create a campaign for Eskom. What are you going to do? How are you going to convince people through integrated media management that Eskom is fabulous? Okay, so political factors, political drivers will affect the, you know, the environment in which your brand exists. And that's important for you to remember from a media perspective. I mean, I had a chat with a lady who's a marketing manager in the United States. And she said to me, Rob, we don't care about TikTok because my market's not TikTok. I don't care. We don't do anything on TikTok. It doesn't affect our market in any way, shape, or form. Our users do not use TikTok. So TikTok doesn't form part of their media strategy. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. But for somebody else, it may very well be important. Okay, and guys, you can't do it all. It's very difficult to do it all. You need to have an enormous budget and a lot of people on hand to be able to do it all. Okay, so then let's have a look global. Let's have a look at the global situation, East versus West. We still have this polarity between Russia and the United States, China and the United States. Everybody is saying the hegemonic domination of the United States has got to come to an end. They dominate the media, they tell us what to do, they dictate to us, etc., etc., etc. And Russia, in terms of Ukraine, is saying, hell no. You know, and whether you agree with the war in Ukraine or not, or whatever side you take, okay, I obviously have very strong opinions about it myself, okay, which I don't think are relevant here. But you know, how does that affect the brand? I mean, look, for example, at, whether you like it or not, Western brands, I was watching a video about this yesterday, Reebok and McDonald's and Nike and Starbucks and whatever, all had to pull out of Russia because the Americans said, listen, we will not have our brands. Boeing, Airbus, which is European, said we cannot have our brand supporting an unwarranted, unprovoked attack on a neighboring country. Now, you may say, well, Rob, that's not the whole picture, and Ukraine should never break away from Russia. It's whatever it is going to be, okay? And then you also have this debate around global north versus global south. The global north is highly developed. It is industrial. They're responsible for most of, you know, the carbon emissions which are driving climate change, okay? But now they're expecting us in the global south to not do emissions, you know, so that we can bring down the global warming crisis. But we're saying we can't afford a nuclear power station. We can't afford to go green. In South Africa, we need to generate more power. We've got an abundance of coal. So why should we be prosecuted or penalized for now burning coal-fired stations when you've done it for 100 years already? So that's not fair. Or for example, I say the global north is wealthy. Most of the wealth of the world is still contained in the United States. 25% of the world's wealth still resides in the United States. Probably another 15% in Europe. So that's like more than 40% in the global. And then, of course, you have Asia, which is in the north, which is growing. So is that fair? Is that fair? What about the south? What about Africa? What about, okay, Australia and New Zealand are more sort of part of the north, even though they're in the south. But what about South America? Look at, for example, I mean, like with vaccine rollouts. Were we all indoctrinated to take vaccines? Are they bad for us? Were we lucky to get them for free? Would pharmaceutical companies have charged us a fortune? Governments had to pay those pharmaceutical companies. Was COVID-19 manufactured in a laboratory in China to push the pharmaceutical companies' agenda? I don't know. You know, again, so guys, that is the kind of critical thinking you need to be doing at fourth year level NQF 8. Okay, so that is what you need to be thinking about in terms of your media. Your media can never be isolated. It is part of a global system, and you cannot disconnect from it. Okay, that is just the way it is these days. All right, so that's political. Economic, cost of living crisis all over the world. Nurses on strike in the UK. Political as well. The Brexit, you know, people breaking away from thingy. Political as well. People who are saying, I mean, there were incidents where they said, listen, why is it that Ukraine gets all this, you know, all this airplay on the media, okay, but people who are in Syria or in Somalia don't get nearly as much airplay, okay, because Ukraine's in Europe and Syria is in Asia and Somalia is in Africa. So why don't they get as much airplay? Why is the Ukraine conflict more important than the earthquake in Turkey, as an example? Okay, so moving on to economic, the cost of living crisis, that's affected the whole world. You go into ShopRite or Pick and Pay or Checkers, whatever, and you need to go buy a 2-liter thingy of oil, sunflower oil, and it's like doubled in price because Ukraine is the major supplier of oil in the world, sunflower oil. Okay, Eskom, cost of living, economic, it's affecting, businesses are saying we've got to close down, guys, because Eskom is killing us financially. How does that affect your brand? Okay, how does that affect your ability to use media? Okay, social, massive the Me Too movement. Okay, so Harvey Weinstein goes and, feels up a whole bunch of women and does more and expects more. Somebody eventually says, hang on, this is wrong. Okay, outs him. And I mean, I watched a very good movie on Netflix the other day called Bombshell, which is about another guy who was, sort of hitting on women and expecting them to perform sexual favors or at least flirt with them in order to be able to get ahead in the workplace. How does that affect women? Guys, as an example, how does the fact that women don't earn as much money as men? Even today, I saw some stats the other day about the richest actors in the world and the richest actresses in the world. Women are still earning about 1/3 of what men are earning. Is that fair? Women, and there's still the perception a woman can't do a man's job because she's got to look after the babies. That is, and how do you deal with that in the situation when you are a media manager? Black Lives Matter. Okay, we had, the incident with Floyd, can't remember his surname, where you had the policeman standing on his neck, he dies in custody. Okay, the whole of America goes up in arms and says, this is ridiculous. Okay, you can even trace the very strong ties between the Black consciousness movement in the United States in the 60s, okay, and South Africa, where they were trying to fight against apartheid. Very strong connections. Okay, look at someone like Miriam Makeba, who went over, married Stokely Carmichael. He was a Black Panther, did damage to her career because it was bad because he was known as a radical back in those days. Okay, but she still came out on the other side strong enough. Okay, and the thing is, those connections, how does that affect your brand? How does it affect your ability to communicate with the, when Cyril Ramaphosa went over to go see Angela Merkel before Angela Merkel left power and said, listen, we want investment in South Africa. And Angela Merkel said, yeah, but let's first deal with the other issues. What about the crime issues? What about the poverty, the disparity between the haves and the have-nots, this huge unequal society that you have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so those social things, LGBTQIA+. Okay, so you have a whole bunch of people who get murdered in a nightclub in Orlando, and what is the political fallout there, and how does it work? You have Russia saying, well, you know what, gay messages will be banned, they're not acceptable. And, then you have the Catholic Church who says, we won't condone gay marriage, and like 1 billion people in the world are Catholic. How does it affect your messaging? How do you, as somebody, and remember, if you're using a medium or a message, okay, and you're trying to appeal to that market, but you also want to satisfy the conservative Christian market, to give the conservative Christian rights, how do you marry those two together? You can't. It's very difficult. I mean, there was Beyonce when she now got her 32nd Grammy, which has now made her the biggest Grammy winner in the history of the Grammys. She got up there and said, guys, I want to say thank you to the queer community for instituting this category that I just won, because it's because of them. And thank you to my husband and my beautiful children, etc., etc., etc. Some people say Beyonce is a phenomenal icon of blackness in America, of how Black Lives Matter. But think about some people in the political right who say, well, no, I'm sorry, I disagree with you. So how do you marry those things? And how does this affect your media planning and your overall marketing strategy? Technological, TikTok. TikTok is not American, it's Chinese. How does that affect, Donald Trump wanted to ban it. How does this shift from east to west or west to east affect media messages? 10 years ago, you'd never have had a K-pop group, winning Grammys or being listened to in Western markets. nowadays it's perfectly understandable and normal for a K-pop group, whether it's Blackpink or the one that's just broken up, I can't think of their names, okay, those guys, their music is listened to in America or in European markets, young European markets. How does TikTok affect your ability to promote your brand? And if you were promoting a brand and somebody was on TikTok unpromoting your brand, how would you deal with that? How do you manage that as a media manager? Very important. Legal. Is Putin a war criminal? According to the International Court of Justice, maybe he is. But you might say, yeah, but wasn't America, how is America justified for killing Saddam Hussein? How is America justified for going in and killing hundreds and thousands of people in Afghanistan, all in the pursuit of trying to turn it into a Western democracy? They don't want to be a Western democracy. And somebody might say, but hang on, guys, what about the fact that women in in Afghanistan can no longer go to school? They can't go to university. They all have to stay at home, and be uneducated because that's what the Taliban wants. How do you feel about that? How does it affect your brand? And guys, remember, your personal beliefs are not always going to agree with the company that you work for. And you have to suck it up and say, well, I need to do what needs to be done. If the company that I work for wants me to promote an agenda, unless you can't live with it and say, it's not worth the money, I'm leaving, that's different. But you've got to keep that in mind. And then environmental. Okay. Palm oil is a key ingredient in Nutella. Palm oil grows off palm trees, which grow in tropical countries like Indonesia. So Indonesia will remove rainforest, tropical rainforest, okay, to grow palm trees, to harvest palm oil, so we can all have Nutella. And people are saying, that's really bad for the environment. We all want our Nutella, but it's bad for the environment. How can we allow this to happen? Because we're running out of orangutans, okay, the orange man, that animal that looks, sort of almost human. They live in the indigenous rainforests in Indonesia, and we're running out of space. We haven't got space for them to, because we all converted into palm trees. Environmental, what is the effect of global climate change on brands? Are brands now responsible, for doing things? I mean, look at Harry and Meghan, how they've been lambasted for promoting, whatever, but still running around in a private jet. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, guys, so those are some of the things you need to consider and keep in mind. Okay, let's see what's next. I'm just keeping an eye on time and what you guys are all doing. Hope you're all sleeping. All right, but guys, this is now very important over here. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Did humans communicate 10,000 years ago? Yes, of course they did. Because humans always wanted to communicate. Humans are social beings. Okay. How? Well, maybe they went ugh, 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 because there was no language yet, or they did smoke signals, or they used nonverbal cues, whatever it is. But this over here, I haven't labeled it, okay, because I wanted you guys. Who can tell me what this is? Can somebody tell me what this triangle is with all these things on it? Let's see. Who can tell me? Notando. Ooh, I like it. Notando's answering. Wonderful. Well done, Notando. Correct. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Correct. Fantastic. Well done. Thank you, Notando. I'm so glad some of you guys are still paying it. I hope you're all paying attention. But if you don't, I still love you anyway. But that's cool. Okay. All right. So, guys, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Starting at the base, the red, which is, needs, and then going up to the top, the purple, which is also needs. But you can see at the base, it's very big because everybody has these needs. Sorry, and there was a thing over here, I see over here, but it's in black, so it didn't come across. Doesn't matter. Anyway, okay, so let's have a look at the bottom. So, guys, physiological needs: food, water, warmth, rest. If you believe that human beings are 6,000 years old because you believe in the Bible that God created humanity and that the world is 6,000 years old, in 6,000 years, humans have always needed food, water, warmth, and rest. Okay, if you believe that human beings are 40,000 years old, which is what some people say, okay, then we've always needed food, water, warmth, and rest. If you believe that the world is 2 billion years old, some people say the world is going to last for 4 billion years before the sun explodes. Okay, we're 2 billion years into our existence. Now, human beings weren't always on Earth. You were dinosaurs first, but let's say the human beings have been around for 40, 50, 60, 100,000 years. Okay, we've always needed food, water, warmth, and rest. That has not changed. Safety needs, security and safety. We all need to be secure. We don't want to die. We all need to be safe at night. We can sleep at night comfortably. Belongingness and love needs, intimate relationships, friends. That hasn't changed. Human beings have not changed. So what I'm saying is the more things change, the more they stay the same. Even though things have changed, and even though people are different, they're also all the same, because some things don't change. Esteem needs, the need for prestige, the need for feelings of accomplishment, and then self-actualization, achieving one's full potential, including creative activities. You guys are all in this class because you want to self-actualize. Because it's important, to feel that you've achieved something with your life. Okay, so let's go back to have a look at belongingness and love needs. Go and ask your grandparents or your parents, okay, how did you guys meet potential mates, partners, whatever it is, okay? They're going to say, well, we went to a party, or something we introduced, or we went to, then in the 90s and the early 2000s, we had speed dating. Nowadays, it's Tinder, whatever it is, swipe right, swipe left. Nobody goes on dates anymore. You find your person, the person that you want to, well, maybe you still go on a date eventually, but initially, if you're looking for somebody, you go online, okay, and use your phone. Go to a restaurant when you go now in the next few days and go and do an observation. Go and see people who are sitting at a restaurant eating, okay? They'll order the food, and then instead of talking to each other, they'll spend the next 20 minutes waiting for the food, fiddling with their phones. Go and have a look. We all do it. We're all addicted to technology. That's how it works these days. And irrespective of whether a person's got 5 Rand in the bank or 20 billion Rand in the bank, everybody has a phone and everybody fiddles with their phone. Cell phones have become ubiquitous. There is 108% market penetration into Africa, which is regarded as the poorest continent on earth. 108%. In other words, 108% of people in Africa have phones. Now, probably they don't all have phones, but some people have more than one phone. I personally have 2. Okay, so I'm sure you guys also have 2 and 3 phones. Okay, so there we go. That's the whole thing. So the way we want love, the way we communicate with each other may be different, because now we use cell phones and WhatsApp and TikTok and whatever it is. That's different. That's changed. But the fact that we communicate with each other has not changed in 10,000 years or 6,000 years or 40,000 years. We still, because human beings are social creatures. And it doesn't matter whether you eat sushi or a burger or a pizza or a healthy meal, whatever it is, we all need to eat. It doesn't matter whether you have Coke or bottled water or tap water or ozonated water, whatever it is, we all need to drink, or tea or coffee. Okay, and that is the basis of how markets developed. I mean, tea was not something that they knew in Europe. It came from China. Even things like pasta and ice cream, which we know is Italian things, gelati, pasta, they all came from China, because Marco Polo and co. Now, there is a theory that says Marco Polo didn't actually get to China. The Chinese brought it to him, and then he just took it back to Europe. But for thousands and thousands of years, we've been trading. Okay, think about the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. African governments are now saying, hang on, why should we go to America and ask them for money when the Chinese are willing to come and help us and build stuff for us? Now there's a counterculture, as I was saying, hang on, the Chinese come in, if we can't afford to pay it back, then they take our minerals and resources, let's go back to the Americans. Okay, so these are all things you need to consider, guys, as you're putting together your media strategy. Okay, very, very, very important. And this is the context in which you guys function as people, as students and as media managers. Excuse me. Okay. So for the purpose of this course, when you're dealing with me, and hopefully you take this with you when you go elsewhere, what is marketing? Marketing is to, and this is very simple, to create a product or service or idea that people want or need, okay, and then to tell them that you have it. That is marketing. And media forms a very important part of that, because that's the telling them that you have it, okay? So what is the difference now between want and need? So I'm looking for a student. Notando, thank you for your answer on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm looking for a student who can tell me what is the difference between a want and a need. Guys, I hope you can all still hear me. Guys, I hope you can all still hear me. Annalena, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
You can. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Can I answer?
Yes, please go for it.
Oh, okay. So a need is something that is like a necessity or is essential to someone.
Cool.
And then a want is something that's desired. It's not necessary, but it's something that one desires, or yeah, something like that.
Awesome. That's very, very good. Okay, so if I said to you, okay, I need to eat something, that's a need, right?
Yes.
But I want to eat a cheeseburger. So the need is to eat, but the desire is a cheeseburger. I feel like a cheeseburger today. Okay, so if you, are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if you are, thank you, Annalena. If you are a burger joint, like a Steers, whatever it is, you know the people, you're always going to have a captive market because people always need to eat. That's why some people say you can't go wrong with food, because food is always going to be something that people are going to want to eat. It's just a question of, is it nice food? And that depends. I mean, I know that during the flood last year, that there were a lot of Indian people who gave food out, in Durban to, and a lot of the people who received that food were underprivileged Black people because, they didn't have a lot of food. And they said, thank you very, very much. And they took the food, and it was all like chicken and dal or dal. It was mostly Indian flavored food. Okay. And they took it and they went around the corner and they actually threw it away. Okay. And then some Indian person took a photograph and said, guys, be very, very careful, who you give this food to because it's getting wasted. Okay. And the Indian people were very upset and they said, but this is terrible. I mean, if you're hungry, why are you throwing away the food? And somebody who was Black popped up and said, this is not my kind of food. I'm looking for pop and I'm looking for whatever it is. Now, you can argue about the pros and cons and say, well, that's not very nice, etc., whatever it is. But the point of the matter is, it's about tastes. It's about needs and wants. Okay, so that just happens to be, and obviously in South Africa, it's always difficult because a lot of stuff is very politicized, okay, and it is often broken down, on those lines. It doesn't have to be. That's not just here. We get that a lot in the United States and in other places. Okay, but there we go. So what is it between a need and a want? Tell people that you have it. And then Kotler's definition of marketing, okay, is the management of profitable customer relationships. Okay, so for the purpose of this course, when you're looking to define marketing, you say it's the management of profitable customer relationships. How do customer relationships become profitable? Well, if you are providing a product, service, or idea that people need and they want it and they keep buying it, then the relationship becomes profitable. Okay, and then let's have a look for the purpose of this course. What is branding? Branding is the creation of sustainable competitive advantage. That's what Gosson and Gresham say. Okay, so don't worry too much about the source, but just know for the purpose of this course, the creation, unless you want to quote the source in in your assignment, then you would need to go and look for the source. Okay, so the creation of sustainable competitive advantage. So Gosson and Gresham will tell you, okay, that a comprehensive definition of marketing is, sorry, not Gosson and Gresham. I'm telling you guys that a comprehensive definition of marketing is a combination of Gosson and Gresham and Kotler. The management of profitable customer relationships for the creation of sustainable competitive advantage. Okay, so I'm saying that to you guys, that is what it is. It's those things. Okay, so let's discuss it a little bit further, and this is important for the assignment. Okay, so here we go. This is what it boils down to. If you successfully manage a customer relationship so that they continue to make use of your product or service or idea, then you have a sustainable brand offering that continues to make money. This is why some brands succeed while others fail. And this is really important for the assignment, guys. So we've spoken about cell phones today as an example. Think of a cell phone. Again, I've written here as a joke. Everyone has a BlackBerry, right? Okay, so BlackBerries were around. They were big 10, 12 years ago. You guys were very young still, okay? But everybody had a BlackBerry, and everybody used their BlackBerry and BBM. We don't even hear about BlackBerry anymore. Nokia and BlackBerry, which were the industry leaders 10, 12, 15 years ago, Nokia was a formidable brand. Nowadays, if it's not Samsung or Apple, it's nothing. Okay, so you can see how do you continue to manage profit, and that's why you have to admire a company like Coca-Cola. Whether you like Coke, whether you don't like Coke, Coke is the same age as Johannesburg. Okay, Coca-Cola was founded in 1886. Joburg was founded in 1886, well, modern Joburg. Okay, so it's 137 years old, and it's still going. That is a hell of a brand, and you can imagine the management of that brand in order to be able to do that. That is impressive. Okay. All right, guys. So why is this so important? This is really important. Let's see who's still here. This is super important. Okay, so you guys, Vuyo, Onelena, and Michelle, getting this information firsthand. Your fellow students are going to have to pick it up when they listen to the slides, unfortunately. Okay, but this is very, very important. Okay, for the purpose of this course, why is it so important, this definition of marketing? When you finish your degree and start working, people will not be concerned with the minutiae of your qualification. They don't care about, they're just like, okay, you've got a degree. They will ask one question: how can she or he be the solution to my problem? They're going to say to you, okay, Onelena, why must I hire you? How can you solve my problem? Okay, and the question is, or the problem, in most cases, their problem will be connecting their solution to someone else's problem. Okay, so you might say, okay, well, what exactly does that mean? Let's discuss it for a minute. Who would like to suggest a brand? Otherwise, I'm going to suggest one. Let's talk about a brand. Give me, Vuyo, if you can, or Onelena or Michelle, give me a brand that you want to discuss, and let's talk about this definition and solution to the problem thing. Samsung, fantastic, awesome. Okay, cool. Thank you, Michelle. Great example. Okay, so Samsung, let's have a look. Okay. What solution does Samsung offer to people who have a problem? What do you guys think? Michelle or Vuyo or Onelena, what do you guys think? What is the solution that Samsung is offering to what problem? Let's think about it. Okay, there we go. Somebody's answering. I'm just waiting for them to answer. Software development. Yeah, absolutely. That's very, very good. It's a great answer. Software development. Yes, of course. Okay, so think about it. What is the solution? They're using software development to solve the problem. The problem is communication. Let's go back to Maslow for a minute. Okay, look here. Belongingness and love needs, as an example. Intimate relationships and friends. Okay, that's in the middle of the hierarchy. We all need, how do you form friendships? How do you form intimate relationships? You need to talk to other people. You need to communicate with people. So the problem that Samsung solves is, how do I communicate with other human beings? Either right next door to me, or a couple of kilometers away, or in another city in South Africa, or somewhere else in Africa, or somewhere else in the world. Well, I need to be able to use some sort of device that I can communicate with them. So how do you, for example, communicate with your mom and say, hi, mom, I know that I'll be home in time for dinner, but I'm going to be late. Or, hi, mom, I know you said we're coming to visit you this weekend, but we can't. We need to come next weekend. Is that okay with you? Okay, so Samsung uses software development to solve the problem of communication. Okay, and they're going to say to you, Michelle, or to you, Annalena, okay, how can you solve my problem? What is their problem? They want to communicate that what they do. So everybody needs to communicate. That's the need. The want is everybody wants to communicate with a phone because it's convenient. And more specifically, everybody wants to communicate with a Samsung phone. Why? Because it's got a 492 pixel camera, and it's got internet connection, and it's got all the apps preloaded onto the WhatsApp and TikTok and whatever it is. And it's a really cool looking device, and it fits nicely into my bag, and it's durable, so when I drop it, it doesn't break, etc., etc., etc. So now they're asking you as the person to communicate those features that solve the problem of the average person who needs a phone to a potential user. So you then going to sit down with the media, as a media planner or with the advertising agent, and say, how are we going to put together a TikTok advert or whatever it is to show how cool Samsung is, how cool, you know, the phone is, how many features it's got, and then you create a storyboard and a creative idea, or you find some way to leverage social media to show people how amazing Samsung is. Or you get a brand person, you get somebody who is well known, maybe in the United States or wherever, somebody local. Maybe you say to Black Coffee, hey, Black Coffee, you know, do you want to promote the Samsung? We'll pay you to become a brand ambassador. Let's you using your Samsung. And people look at it and say, if Black Coffee's got a Samsung phone, I also need to get one. Okay, cool. Do you guys? I hope that you guys get that and you understand that. Okay, so guys, this is the point of this over here. Right. If you remember this, okay, why this is so important. If you remember that your job is to solve a company's problem, okay, and their job is to find people to solve problems for, you will always have a job. If you are solving people's problems, you will always have a job. People will always come to you and say to you, I need to hire you because I think you have skills that I can use. And if you remember this and you do it for an increasingly large number of people, you will become wealthy. So if you look at Elon Musk, South African, okay, richest man on earth. Why? Because he's created Tesla, which are cars that are self-driving or electrical cars. So they're not as bad for the environment, or at least in theory. SpaceX is about putting new payloads into space and taking humanity to different planets so we can survive as a human race when we mess up and destroy this planet, God forbid, but if we do, okay. He's now doing Twitter because Twitter's communication. He started PayPal, which we still use today as a payment gateway. So that's why he's a billionaire, because he's found solutions to people's problems. So you as a person, if you can find a way to solve problems for human beings, either through a company or through your own company, then you always have a job. And if you continue doing that, you'll always be wealthy. And that's the purpose. You might say, well, Rob, what's that got to do with anything? How does that matter? Well, let's go back to Maslow. At the end of the day, when you get to the end of your life, you'll say, did I live a good life? Am I proud of my children, or my children proud of me? You know, did I live a good life? Did I do the best that I could with the life that I was given? And, you know, what did I do? So that's important, guys. That's why we're human, because that's what you're doing it for. So I hope this resonates with you, and I hope this has helped you to see the importance of this course and the value of this course. Okay, cool. Summary. Marketing, communications, and branding are absolutely essential elements in the creation of successful integrated media management. You are ready and must continue to become a holistic, big picture thinker. But people will not understand this and they will resist you. So if you're working in a company and the guy who develops the software for the Samsung phone is like, I don't care about, you know, some dude on the other side of the planet who wants to use my phone to take a TikTok video. All I care about is the software and the technology. You need to try and convince him, listen, sir, your ability to create great software is going to help create a great phone that people are going to want to buy and use. So you are super important in the brand process. You're important, you're as important a cog in this machine as anybody, without making you seem, you know, like you're just a cog in the machine. But everybody is significant. Everybody matters. Okay, and so that's why I encourage you guys and admonish you to do it anyway in the interest of your client. Even though people will resist you and they don't understand where you're coming from, it is your job to show people how valuable you are in terms of media. Okay, that's it for this first lecture. We're running behind schedule, but that's okay. We will eventually get to the end of all the stuff by the end of this year. Okay, so I've done a Days of Our Lives thing over here for those of you who know about Days of Our Lives. So our next gripping installment, we will now move into more grassroots detail about IMM and begin to make reference to your textbook, which is Kung, one of the textbooks. There's another one as well. Let me just see how we're doing in terms of scheduling. Let me just see, what is the thing? Okay. All right. Okay, guys, it's only been, no, it's been long. Let's take another break, okay, before we carry on. It's now 3:20. We will take a break until 3:30, or maybe 28 minutes to 4, so 15:32. So you can just, you know, go and you know, go to the bathroom or go grab a cup of tea or something, and then I'll catch you when you guys get back in 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Hey, Michelle, I see you've left the chat. I just want to leave a note as you come back to this. Thank you so much for your message. Android phones that cater to specific needs and are cost effective. Absolutely, great idea. Android, that's right, because Android speaks to other, you know, apps and speaks to other things. So we can use Android as the operating system, which is great. Thanks for sharing that. If you've left, have a nice afternoon and catch you soon. Cool, thanks. Ciao. Hey guys, okay, I'm back. Let's just share my screen with you again. Okay, okay, cool. Oh, crumbs, hang on for me a second. I need to open your other material. Hang on for me a sec. With you now. Excuse me. Okay, and we're back. Okay, let me queue up your notes for you. Okay, all right, guys. So this is now the second lesson of HIMM 432_1 Integrated Media Management, lesson 2. Sent by me. Okay, so last time on the show, to continue with our Days of Our Lives theme, I know it's a bit cheesy, but it creates continuity. We looked at the introduction of integrated media management in the context of strategic communication. Okay, now we're looking at introduction to media management in more detail. All right, so guys, the field of media management and strategy is a rather underexplored field, and the bulk of research into management and strategy in media organizations has been carried out mostly by media economics or media economists, media studies, political economics, and mass communication and journalism studies. Okay, so in this lesson, you're going to get more of a feel for the subject in the module. You will begin to understand the concepts of media management at a strategic level and also realize the importance of the subject for the BBA degree and the world of work. Okay, so guys, excuse me. What we're doing now is we are looking at where we started off, okay, and then we're continuing along that path. Okay, so let's create links between the first and second lectures. What you currently know about the nature of the media industry. So let's review the communications model. The media industry, so you guys as the media producers or the media content aggregators or the media gateway, you'll be working between the sender and the receiver to create a message that goes through a medium that is received by the receiver, and then there's feedback given that goes back to the sender. And in essence, you are working with multiple media, and you can see over here in this instance you have two media. You have the medium of sender to receiver, and then you have the medium of receiver to back to sender. Okay, but let's quickly have a look at an example. I know that I said to you one of your subjects is going to be, or one of your questions is going to be, you know, the ANC. You have to put together a strategy and a campaign, including media campaign, where you need to convince people to go and vote for the ANC in next year's election. Okay, to bolster their numbers so they're not going to fall below 48%. Okay, and they can then rule the country without a coalition government, because they don't want to go into coalition with the EFF, they don't want to go into coalition with the DA, they don't want to go into coalition with the ACDP, they want to rule it on their own. They want to have to be answerable to other people. Now, whether you agree with that or not, or a lot of people are saying, well, it's a sign of a mature democracy when you go into coalition government. Israel has a coalition government at the moment. Germany has a coalition government. The United States, by virtue of the fact that they have Congress and the House of Representatives, is coalition government, for want of a better phrase. Excuse me. So it could be a benefit, but the thing is, if you had to now put together a campaign for the ANC, what would you say to the ANC? Would you go for TikTok? And maybe you say, yes, we need to create TikTok messages because we need to appeal to Generation Z, or we need to appeal to the born frees, or we need to appeal to the late millennials, Generation Y. Okay, but the late millennials, because they like TikTok. How do you cool up a political brand? How do you make a political brand cool? Do you link it to, people who people admire? Do you get, a whole bunch of DJs on board that people like? So, and do you turn those guys into people who can people can relate to them, and therefore they'll be interested in, they'll say like, well, if they like the ruling party, then let me vote for the ruling party. How do you do it with a gogo who is 60 and hasn't voted for the ANC in 10 years because she's lost faith in the party? How do you convince her to go back to the polls? Is it going to be a community meeting? Is it going to be a flyer? Is it going to be an article in the Sun newspaper? Is it going to be, how are you going to convince that person that, I don't know if the Sun still exists, I'm not sure. Anyway, how are you going to convince that lady who's now 65 or 70 that she should still go and vote for the ANC, because the ANC is the party that liberated her and her family and her children and her grandchildren? And she's like, why should I vote for them? We've got no power, we've got no money, bread has become expensive, etc. How do you convince somebody like you, who is young and well educated and lives in Sandton and has a good job, or is going to have a good job? How do you convince somebody like you to go and vote for the ANC? So that is the thing. So you can see, guys, this is, okay, what we know about the industry is related to how integrated media management came about. Okay, so let's have a look then at some more things. So the nature of the media industry, relating to what we said. When you're busy putting together your media strategy and you saying, okay, well, we need to have TV and radio and TikTok and social media, other social media and YouTube, etc., deadlines. And we also need to have not just advertising, but there's PR, publicity, there are sales promotions, there are personal sales, there are, whatever it is. And a sales promotion could be a rally. You getting 50,000 people into the Orlando Stadium in Soweto is a promotion. You're trying to promote the brand. So get there and you're going to have Shora Pawuza speaking, etc. And you can see, so it's deadline driven. How do you get the message out? How do you place the advertising? It's fast paced. How do you stand out from the crowd? How do you think out of the box or think differently? How do you deal with limited or cut budgets? How do you deal with somewhere where you don't have a big budget? Okay, how do you deal with everyone talking digital? It depends on the audience, because how do you get a 70-year-old gogo to go with her 45-year-old son or daughter to go to a rally at the Orlando Stadium in Soweto? Okay, if she doesn't pay attention to digital media, are her children going to relay the message to her? Are you going to have to use some old-fashioned flyer? Are you going to have to get somebody to come around to her house? Because remember, guys, a person can also be a medium. It can be a person who comes around and says, listen, I want to chat to you, okay? And as you can see, it means being versatile, because you need to know something about everything. All right. So here's a very interesting question. How do you think IMM can be linked to other modules in the BBA program? And so I leave that with you as a thought, but it would be nice when we have maybe a couple of extra people in the class to find out, what your thoughts are on how the BBA program is linked to the specific module, because obviously they all talk to each other. All right. Guys, why is the subject relevant? This is about bringing everything together. You see, we already discussed that now in the previous lesson. We're bringing everything together now. You can see you have to integrate, and you have to look at more than just even your media, guys. It's not just about integrating media. It's about integrating everything, which is very, very challenging. Okay, so your place of work, you will rarely only work on one platform or medium, and you'll rarely only work with one element. Okay, how do these all come together? How do they all integrate? And how does integrated media management tie back to strategy? So we've already discussed that in quite a lot of detail in the first lecture. Okay, and if you're thinking strategy, think you need to have a plan of action that is, I always say, think strategy, think war. How would you go about winning a war? How would you go about communicating, your overall long-term vision and your medium-term vision to people about your thing? And if you look at it, I mean, the ANC has been around since 1912, so they've been 111 years. They've done very well, and you have to admire them for what they've managed to achieve. Because also nobody is 111 years old that can say, well, I was started the ANC and have managed the brand all this time. So you need to have a continuity. You need to be able to share your vision with the next generation. Okay, and remember what's also important here that we already discussed is the transferability of learning from this subject to the overall learning program, to your BBA degree, okay, and the world of work. Because remember, as I said to you, what's important is you need to be able to solve problems for people. And if you can solve problems for people, then you'll always have a job. Okay, and if you can solve problems for a lot of people and you run a company, then you'll become wealthy. Okay, so now remember we looked at this last time. We're going to discuss it over here now. How did IMM happen? How did integrated media management happen? So is integrated media management the same as integrated marketing communications? Well, yes and no. This is important for the assignment. So let's have a look at the marketing communications mix. And let's discuss the ANC as an example, because it is going to be in your assignment, okay? The marketing communications mix, advertising. Let's go and see what we've seen in the past. First of all, the ANC uses their colors. So their colors are green and yellow and black. They use those colors. They've got a good logo going. They've got, they do great street poll posters. You see those up before the election. Sometimes, and if it is a local election, which is not in this case, next year is a national and provincial election. If it was a local election, it usually has the ward councillor on it. Okay, so that's as an example. Okay, you'll see them do big billboard adverts, massive billboard adverts, saying, vote ANC, vote for whatever it's going to be. So one of the things in your assignment that you have to do is you have to come up with a new payoff line, a slogan for the ANC. So do a situational analysis, a strategic personal analysis, and then determine what you're going to do, how you're going to convince people, some sort of slogan that you can hook into to convince people to, go vote for the ANC next year. So what would you, okay, so advertising, I've seen billboards. I don't know if they do TV advertising. I think I've heard them do radio advertising. You say, this is a political message, so this is not necessarily affiliated to this radio station. They'll do, so that is your pure advertising. Lots of flyers and leaflets. Okay, so those are all examples of advertising. And you can see, you need to integrate that with a PR/publicity campaign. How do you deal with the very negative publicity that Cyril Ramaphosa gets? How do you deal with the fact that people are saying, well, I blame government for Eskom's failings? Because back in 2008, when Eskom told government, listen, we're running out of power, we need to generate more power, they didn't do anything. They just sat on their hands. Then in the interim, we've had state capture, and we've had people robbing, raping, pillaging. We've had people, lining their own pockets, etc. There's a huge amount of corruption, etc. How do you overcome those things from a public relations and publicity standpoint? How is Cyril Ramaphosa going to get up, and even fighting with within his own party politics? How does Cyril Ramaphosa take on one of his competitors, I don't know, Gwede Mantashe, or is it Zweli Mkhize, I think it is? People who are opposed to him being president, people who are opposed to him being leaders of the ANC. How do you deal with that for it? How do you deal with the DA, constantly on your case about service delivery? How do you prove to people that you've done good service delivery? How do you integrate that into your overall marketing strategy? And how would you as a media manager manage that? Because it means having fairly good relationships with specific people, journalists, and with media houses. The ANC, as the SABC is going to give you airtime because you could argue that it is a government mouthpiece. Okay, but what about an independent radio station? I know that, or a TV station. I know at one stage, what's it, EWN? I think there was, or was it EWN, or was that just a political campaign for the ANN? I can't remember. I think it was EWN that said, no fear, or was that ETV? No fear, no favor, we'll hold politicians to account, etc. How do you go and convince a hostile media company that you need to, get your face on their TV program, that, you're not a bad person and you actually will help South Africa? Okay, then this leads on to the next thing, promotions. As I said to you guys in the previous class, promotion is like a rally. So you could go set up a stall in a Sandton city and hand out flyers. That's a promotion. You could have a rally. And usually, so your collateral here, which also needs to be designed by a media company, your T-shirt. So what are you going to say on your T-shirt? I vote for the ANC. I love ANC, etc., 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 and a photograph of Cyril Ramaphosa on the back, or don't forget where we've come from, with a photograph of Nelson Mandela. What are you going to do to convince people? And do you then say to people, guys, come to the rally and we'll give you a free goodie box. Here's your T-shirt. Here is your ANC branded pack of peanuts and your ANC branded chocolate milkshake. Okay, that's all examples of promotion. But how do you integrate that? You might say, Rob, that's not my job. I'm a media strategist. I am not somebody who is here to do. Guys, promotion is part of integrated marketing communications, which is part of integrated media management. Remember, as I said to you, a company that's going to hire you is not going to worry about the minutiae of your qualification. They're going to say, do you have a B degree? This is what we need. Can you please provide us with a service? And what we need from you today is, we don't need, a 10 million rand or 100 million rand advertising campaign on TV. We need you to arrange a rally at the Orlando Stadium. And that requires you phone up City of Joburg and say, listen, can we book it for that day? What's it going to cost? Or do we get it for free? How does it work? I've got a connection. We're expecting 50,000 people. That we need to order 50,000 T-shirts. What size are the T-shirts going to be? All these little things. Okay, how many T-shirts are going to be large? How many extra large? How many small? How many medium? How many whatever? Okay, how do you create 50,000 packs of peanuts branded ANC? Okay, and then your leadership. Are you doing all of it for them? Do you have to brand the ANC leadership with embroidered, very fancy-looking ANC outfits that they can look all branded all together with their colors, their green and their yellow and their black? Okay. Headscarves or headdresses, and your full regalia. Are you a woman? Are you a man? Are you going to have a Madiba shirt for a man with black pants? If a woman, are you going to have a full outfit? Are you going to design that as the media person? For promotion, sales. You might say, well, Rob, how does sales relate to the ANC's brand? Sales, guys, is votes. That's what it is. You are voting for the political party. So if they get the votes, remember, when they win the election, they then get handed money by government. Government sponsors or gives you money, because it's all written into the constitution and all written into the political party. So sales is votes in this instance. Okay, in this case, and then direct marketing, which includes social media. Do you have a 10 million voter database? How do you get that information? Do you say to people, listen, when they come into Orlando Stadium, and you have the sign-up tables, hi guys, welcome to the ANC rally. Listen, can we get your cell phone number, or can we get your email address? We will obey the POPI Act. Or do you link it to some promotion? Guys, go into WhatsApp and send us your email address and stand a chance to win a car or win a holiday down to Cape Town or whatever it is. Is that even allowed in the political landscape? I don't know. I'm not sure. But what can you do to get people who can communicate directly with them onto cell phones, directly with them onto email? Because that would be important. How does that tie back into, well, are you going to design the logo that's going to go into email? Are you going to design the logo that goes onto the WhatsApp group? Are you going to create video links that they can also go and have a look at a TikTok channel or a YouTube channel or a Twitter channel or Facebook, whatever it is? How do you integrate all of those things? And you can see they're going to say to you, what's your strategy for social media? What's your strategy for email? What's your strategy for TV? What's your strategy for radio? Your job as a marketing and media manager is to determine which media you're going to use for which markets are important. Okay, if you were only dealing with people who are not involved in social media, how would you promote to them? But unfortunately, when you're dealing with huge numbers of people voting for a political party, it is a mass market that is vastly different. I mean, people from the age of 18 to the age of 118 will vote for the ANC. Okay, so you have to create a strategy that appeals to the entire cross-section. But when you do your assignment, I mean, if you really and truly want to get some really good marks, see if you can find some statistics on what comprises the ANC's market. How many people between the age of 16 and 24 vote for the ANC, or did vote for the ANC? How many people between the age of 25 and 39? How many people between 35 and 49? How many people 50 plus? And do you do a breakdown of demographics and say this is, and because based on that over there, we can say that Generation Z does not vote for the ANC. They vote for nobody. They don't vote for anybody. They vote digitally. Or Generation X, how do they vote, etc., etc., etc. And you need to be able. So that is, it's your assignment is about application to real world situations to prepare you for industry, because they don't care that you necessarily know the theory in industry. They want to see how you can help them. Remember, at the end of the day, their goal is we want to win the election fair and square. We want at least 51%. So we don't have to share power with any other brand, any other. Okay, so how would you do that? Okay, so can you see how absolutely integral and important integrated media management is into integrated marketing communications? And if you said to me, what is the difference between the two? I would say integrated media management is a subset of integrated marketing communications, because you won't necessarily need to create a logo for a radio campaign. You'll need to have a slogan. You won't necessarily need to create a logo for somebody who goes onto radio and speaks on radio, okay, and they can't see them, and it's not linked to some sort of audio-visual medium like a TikTok or a YouTube or a WhatsApp or whatever it is. Okay, but guys, integrators, and also remember, as what we said at the beginning, consistent, clear, compelling communications. Whatever your slogan is, let's say, for example, you say, okay, ANC for a better tomorrow. That's what your slogan is going to be. The ANC, vote ANC for a better tomorrow. You might say, well, Rob, that's ridiculous. Well, you come up with something better then. Okay, but ANC for a better tomorrow. And you get Cyril Ramaphosa to go into Orlando Stadium and say, guys, vote ANC for a better tomorrow. He's promoting your brand. Then you hear a radio advert that says, vote ANC for a better tomorrow. Then you see a TV advert that says, vote ANC for a better tomorrow. Then you see a flyer that says, vote ANC for a better tomorrow. And then you can see it in the t-shirts for a better tomorrow. And then you have consistent, clear, compelling communications. And people are then aware of your brand. One of the biggest problems is a lack of brand awareness. Now, this doesn't apply to big political parties, but let's say you're a small little company and this company has hired you and they're paying you money to help promote their brand. How do you take a company from zero to big, or zero to noticed, to noticeable? It's very difficult, but you got to do it. That's what you're getting paid for. So you need to propose strategy and then, do it accordingly. All right, so is media involved in all of these? We've had a look at that. Let's have a look at Kung, textbook 2017, page 1 to 6. Okay, so introducing media management. The media industry is changing fundamentally and fast. So you can see, we've just discussed this. The media industry is a mammoth and diverse set of sectors. There is a move towards the technology sector. That is true, guys, but I want to caution you and say there's also a move away from technology. You'll always find the trend and you'll find the anti-trend. Some people do not want to be communicated with digitally. These days, if people ask me if I want to sign up for or be involved in or assist with a some sort of marketing campaign, I always say, well, please don't opt me in. I'd rather not hear from you. Okay, so it's not necessarily always about technology. Technology is very important, but what do you do? How do you communicate with a place that doesn't want to be technologically contacted? Okay, so that's important. All right. Right, so guys, let's take a look at what integrated media management is in the context of integrated marketing communications. And I must admit again, I'm shamelessly promoting other universities, but that's okay because we're all learning. So let me show you your next YouTube video. Onelena, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, I know that it dropped. We just started loading it, and I think that it's just affected the connectivity. It's still going, but it's just, I think it drops off and drops out. So yeah, it's just affected the connectivity. Now, I hope I can recover that recording. Oops, I'm going to record again because I think it stopped recording. Oh, no, it's still recording. Okay, cool. No, it's still recording. That's fine. Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to play the video for you again. Did you hear everything up to the video?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, did you hear what I was saying before I played the video?
Yes, I heard everything you were saying before you played the video.
Okay, let me play the video again, and then we can continue the discussion afterwards. Thanks so much for checking in with me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, here we go.
Rob, the video hasn't started playing, right?
Sorry, Onelena, what were we saying again? The video's not playing.
Yes, you haven't shared your screen.
Oh, Glory, I'm sorry, darling. Sorry. Thanks for advising me. Okay, could you hear the video?
No.
You couldn't hear it either. Oh, Glory, sorry.
Mm-mm.
Sorry, I obviously was, yes, my apologies. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Sorry about that.
Okay.
My
No
bad.
problem.
Let's try it again. Thank you so much. Let's try again from the beginning. Hopefully now it'll be better. Sorry, Vuyo, if you can hear me. I hope you can. Sorry about that as well. Thanks for letting me know, Onelena.
Okay.
Cool. Excuse me. Here we go. Okay, Onelena, did you hear that?
I just read the subtitles because there was no sound, but that's fine.
Okay, cool. The slide over here, it's over here. If you look over here on the screen, you can just click on this when you get your slides, and you can watch it again if you want to. Otherwise, you can just download the recording and you can watch it again. But anyway, so I'm promoting Georgetown, their master's program, but that's okay. Since they give us the access to the YouTube videos, I don't mind promoting those brands. I don't see them as competition for Boston. I think they're actually complementary to Boston. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that you can see everything that that lady said. It's complex, it's important, and excuse me. I think that it's really, integration is no longer just about integrating different media. Integration is also about integrating different different social strata, different concepts. Like, for example, you could see, there was that, they said it needs to be inclusive. It needs to include diverse races, diverse cultures. It needs to include, women who are, in shape, and women who are, who are fuller figured. Those kinds of things, So integration is not just about the medium that becomes integrated. It's about everything that becomes integrated, including, the message, and the messaging is also integrated. So I hope that that's useful. Okay, Onelena, it's just you and me now. I see that Vuyo's also the shame. These lectures are very long because it's 12:30 to like 5 o'clock. But anyway, we'll be finishing a little bit early today, about 10 to 5. So another 40 minutes or 35 minutes will be done. Sorry that it's so long. But that's how they scheduled the classes. Cool. Okay. Right. So what is media management? What did you learn from the video about the link between IMM and IMC? Okay, I think we've discussed in quite a lot of detail, so you can see managing media is part of managing communications, marketing communications. And managing marketing communications is about more than just managing advertising and PR, publicity, and sales promotion. It's about managing perceptions and perspectives and expectations around brand. So I remember when the ANC first did very bad, and I'm talking about the ANC because it's one of your questions in your assignment. When the ANC first did very bad in 2016, people were terrified. You're probably still too young to remember this. People were terrified that, it meant that the DA was going to take over and the people were going to go back to apartheid. And I said to some of my black friends, I said, guys, don't be ridiculous. We could never, ever go back to apartheid because nobody would ever allow it. You know what I mean? And that's assuming anybody wanted to go back to apartheid. Who'd want to go back to it? It didn't work as a system, aside from the fact that it was morally reprehensible, but the thing is, it didn't work as a system. So, but they were actually all quite scared, that we were going to have a return to, and you couldn't. So the thing is, the world has changed too much. It's like trying to undo if you look at what's happened around the codification of, sort of gay marriage in America, as an example, and I'm not pushing an agenda or whatever it is, but, there are those people, the Christian rights, who say that it's, marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, okay, and it's not for, and then you get, the liberal left who say, but that's not fair because that denudes me of my rights. And then you get some people who are like, America is, for Americans, and we shouldn't let Mexicans in, into America. And people are like, but that's not fair. Same thing with Europe. There's this huge chasm and divide between letting in immigrants from countries that are not European, and and keeping them out. And it's a very, very same thing as with with the Arabs and the Israelis in Palestine and Israel. Some people say Palestine has a right to exist. Palestine has, the right to, we need a two-state solution. Palestine needs to be a country on its own, separate from Israel. But there's 700,000 Israeli settlers, who are Jewish, who now live in the West Bank, which is Palestinian territory. How do you turn that off and get 700,000 Jews to leave what is essentially Palestinian territory and move back to Israel? People are going to say, oh, it's the Holocaust all over again. It's persecution. It's very difficult. And then you get some people in the Israeli government who are on the extreme right who say the Bible says that Israel is from the river to the sea. So everything from the Jordan River, which separates Jordan from Israel, everything from there, including the West Bank, all the way to the Mediterranean Sea, that is Israel. That was given to us by God, and you can't say otherwise. And how do you manage those kinds of things? How do you manage that in an integrated marketing perspective way? Because if you are a media manager who is trying to, convince, a voter to vote for you, because you're Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the president of, or sorry, the prime minister. Prime minister. I think it's the president of Israel. I speak under correction. But anyway, the leader of Israel, okay, he wasn't able to get the support from the left. So he had to go to the right. And now we have the head of security who's now going into the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third most holy site in Islam, okay, after Mecca and Medina. And he's now saying Jews have a right not only to be here, but also to worship here and to pray here. And Islamic people are saying, no, that is absolutely not acceptable. How do you manage those things over there from an integrated media management perspective? Okay, so it's difficult. It really, really is difficult. Okay, let's see what's next. Right, so media management deconstructed. The core task of media management is to build a bridge between the general theoretical principles of management and the specificities of the media industry. So you need to take what you've learned in media management and then go and apply it to the context that you are doing your media management in. So like I said, the ANC. Or if I said to you, students, go and put together a campaign where you convince the Palestinians living on the West Bank that they are better off with Israel and that the West Bank should be functionally integrated into Israel. I don't think you'd ever get it right, because that is why the Palestinian and Israeli question is so difficult to solve. That's why they haven't solved it in 60 years of conflict, because it's so difficult to solve it. Because how do you take people who see the world through fundamentally different eyes and then reconnect them? But that's the thing, you need to, and in some cases look, it's not always that complicated. I've given you guys very difficult case studies to do because I wanted to get you thinking, and no campaign will ever be 100% successful. I think whatever you propose to the ANC for next year is going to be very, very difficult for them to achieve. And we could be wrong. Maybe they will easily achieve a 50% majority. But the thing is, what I like about it personally is there's much higher levels of accountability. We expect more, not that they always deliver, but we expect more. All people all over the world expect more from their governments. There are people who live in Russia who do not agree with the war in Ukraine and who are saying, I'm not going to go and fight, in Ukraine and lose my life. Thank you. I'm going to get in a car and I'm going to run away and I'm going to go and live in Georgia until this war is over. Or I'm immigrating. I'm going to leave Russia altogether. Okay, so and that's what you are faced with. So these are things. So, okay. But you can see over here, the field is neither clearly nor fine nor cohesive. Okay, it's a challenging field to be in. Okay, so media management deconstructed 2. Journals on media management have only emerged since 2003. So it's a very new field as well. That's 20 years. Okay, but 20 years is not a long time in the grand scheme of things. But it's also an underexplored and under-theorized field due to management researchers limiting the research to specific sectors and the practices in the cultural industries competing with the established views of management. Okay, so both management from a media perspective and management of brands as companies. Okay, so the bulk of research into management and strategy in media organizations has been carried out by researchers with scholarly roots outside the study of management and organizations. So you might say it's far too theoretical, it's far too academic. We need to really and truly make it more relevant to industry and to specific brands. Okay, and remember, a brand can be anything. A brand can be a person. Boston is a brand. You're a brand. I'm a brand. The city of Johannesburg is a brand. Sandton is a brand. Sandton City is a brand. Joe Biden's a brand. Kamala Harris is a brand. America's a brand. Russia's a brand. You can argue that the Ukraine war is a brand. And it sounds weird, but anyway, okay, so you think about those things. So let's have a look at some of the different approaches around, the study of integrated media management to date. Okay, so media economics versus political economy approaches. So you can see media economics applies economic principles and concepts to the media industry. So at the end of the day, guys, what is the bottom line? How much money can we make from putting together this campaign? How fast or how big can we grow the Coke brand or the Sprite brand or the Nike brand or you know, whatever it is, how can we grow it? Looks at conditions and structures in the media industries and focuses on the development of resources, mostly financial, as to meet the needs of audiences, advertisers, and society. So you could argue, for example, look at Wall Street. Wall Street's a brand. Okay, it's a specific area in New York, okay, where people are promoting, you know, financial freedom through hard work and capitalism, which is diametrically opposed to other parts of the world. There are people in the world, just, I mean, again, let's look at the dichotomy and the controversy around immigrants. Some people are saying, hang on, I know that you have money, but I don't. Okay, and I don't have money because you've taken all my money, because you are a hegemonistic or hegemonic country that has sucked up all the resources, leaving me with nothing. I need a handout. And some people will look at them and say, but actually you're just lazy. And these very different things over there. So also you can argue, why are New York and London known as the two most prominent, most important cities in the world? They have the biggest global economies, not so much London, or London is very big. Tokyo's got a very big economy. Los Angeles has got a very big economy because obviously that's where you get your music industry, your film industry, etc. But you know, maybe there's a city in another part of the world, like a Mumbai or a Shanghai or a Sydney or an Accra or a Nairobi, who might say, hang on, what about us? We also need to promote our city. Okay, and how do we do that when we can't compete against the Americans or against the Europeans in terms of dollars? Because the Kenyan shilling is not as powerful as the American dollar. Like, even that you can argue is, I mean, you know, 50 Cent, Lil Wayne, you know, Beyonce, Jay-Z, Alicia Keys, they've all sung about the stuff, you know, New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of, and it's about money, and it's about, you know, the American dream, etc. That is a concept and a brand, and it doesn't necessarily always translate over into other parts of the world. I think South Africans are in love with America, as an example. You know, so I think that it can, but not necessarily always. And there's some people who vehemently oppose. Look at North Korea. North Korea is trying to establish their own brand. They're like, well, we are quite different. Thank you so much, Kim Jong-un and you know, Pyongyang, etc., etc. We are quite different. We are the polar opposite of South Korea. We want to be regimented. We want to be strict. We want to be politically, you know, isolated and militarily mobilized. How does this affect, you know, media in terms of economics? Because North Korea seems to be doing okay. They may be isolated from the rest of the world, but they seem to be doing okay. I don't know the truth. You know, apparently some of them are starving to death. I don't know. I don't know much about it. But the thing is, you can argue the pros and cons. Okay, so the concerns in terms of media economics, revenue and cost structures, pricing policies, media ownership and concentration, and so on and so forth. So in some cases, if you remember, there was a movie that came out, you might not have watched it, called Truth, which is about Dan Rather and working for, I think it was NBC or CBS. Anyway, and they used to say that the news was a total loss if you had a newscast. Okay, so you had the news broadcast on TV. People would tune in to watch the news because they wanted to know what was going on, but you couldn't sell advertising space in between the news because people wanted to see the news as one. You could sell advertising space before and after. So the news actually cost the network money, but you needed to have it because the news is what got people to tune into watching, you know, the TV program. So sometimes it's about, you know, how much money you can make. And there's a big argument in the United States and other parts of the world about who owns whom. So this organization, which is actually owned by this person or whatever it is, like Rupert Murdoch, and what are the effects of that on, you know, their ability to promote the news impartially. It's what happened in South Africa with the Guptas. The Guptas were known as, you know, these people who were, quote unquote, in bed with Jacob Zuma, and that their news network, ANN, African News Network, was simply a vehicle, excuse me, to promote the agenda of the Zuma government so that they could justify state capture, etc. You might say, well, that's rubbish. I don't believe that. Whatever it is, that is what some people say. And that was all done because of money. So they put together the system knowing that people would pay attention to the news and then they would push an agenda. That's what they would do. So, okay. Media economics is the literature around media economics, how it works. Okay. And then it can be a valuable starting point if you look at, because no medium, radio, TV, social network, whatever it is, can run without money. Look at the controversy around Mark Zuckerberg, and there was that lady was a whistleblower and said Facebook is spying on people, they're collecting data on people, governments are being accused of, you know, collecting data and keeping it and using it as political, you know, cannon fodder against people who want to oppose them, etc., etc. So they get all these things, okay? Whereas from a political economic approach, you can see on the other side, it combines perspectives from economics and politics and sociology to analyze the structure of the media industries and regulatory and policy issues. So arguably a more balanced a more balanced approach, the study of power relationships that mutually constitute the production, distribution, and consumption of resources, because as opposed to just being about money, and then the application of such theories to the media fields, so public policies that shape media systems, and the political debates about media and communication policies. There's some people who say, listen, guys, remember we spoke earlier on about the global north versus the global south. We're tired of a global north narrative. We want a global south narrative. We want people to be able to tell us, listen, Africa is worthwhile. African lives matter. Black lives matter. Africa is not the dark continent anymore. We matter. The people here matter. We're 1 billion people. We have, you know, we have a very young population. The future of the world is African. The 2 largest cities on earth are going to be by 2100 or 2100, if you will, Lagos and Kinshasa. Lagos, obviously, in West Africa, and Kinshasa in Central Africa. And those people, Lagos is going to have 80 million people, and Kinshasa is going to have 75 million people. Those are huge, huge markets. You can't turn your back on that. So you need to just be aware of, you know, we need African media who are going to promote an African agenda, you know, because Black is beautiful, as an example. And you get people who will, you know, rally against that and say, no, that's not the narrative. Or it needs to be a Chinese narrative. It needs to be an Eastern narrative. It needs to be, you know, whatever it is. And you can have, so all of those things that you need to keep in mind. Okay, media studies as another approach applies concepts from sociology, cultural studies, anthropology, psychology, art theory, information theory, and economics to analyze the output of media organizations as to understand society and its cultural discourses and the effects of mass media upon individuals and society. So you might say, well, Rob, how is that any different? Or how is that different to political economic approaches? It's an outflow of, I would say they're not that different. I would say, and this is not really all that important for your assignments. It's good to know from a theoretical perspective. It's good to know from a history perspective. This is not something that I'm going to examine you on and say, if you were doing a master's thesis, I'd say if you wanted to do it, you know, compare media studies versus political economic versus, you know, economic, you know, perspectives and approaches. This is just, you know, background to give you an idea of where we're coming from, where we're going, etc. So this is an outflow. Media studies is embracing these things more and more and more, and seeing that media, again, does not focus it does not exist in isolation. It does not focus on one thing. It focuses on multiple things at the same time, which is overwhelming and confusing. I'm sure that, you know, this lecture today has been overwhelming for you, you know, and for the other students, but it's like, oh my goodness, how do we do this? How do we, you know, and it's hectic. Okay. And you can see over here, analyzing actual media content representations, and then analysis of new media with an emphasis on the internet, social media, gaming, and other forms of mass media. So the ability over here as well in terms of media studies to be able to see if an agenda is being set. Like, for example, I mean, I spend a lot of time watching Al Jazeera. I like Al Jazeera because I find that it sort of has elements of BBC and elements of CNN and elements of CBS, etc. But it comes from a Middle Eastern perspective, and you can definitely hear and sense and see when they speak that they are promoting an Arab agenda or a non-Israeli agenda. They're not necessarily anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, but they're promoting an Arabic agenda. So, for example, when they do the weather and they focus on the Middle East, they'll show Ramallah, they won't show Jerusalem, they won't show Tel Aviv, because they don't want to focus on Israel. They want to focus on the West Bank, and they want to focus, and they'll show Jordan, they'll show Amman, they'll show Cairo, etc., but they won't show those things. And they'll specifically say about, there's a journalist in the Middle East, Shireen Abu Akleh. She was, as I said, she was murdered by the Israeli Defense Force, okay, because she was trying to, and why was she killed? Because she was trying to report on, you know, the injustices that the Israeli Defense Force is committing in Arab-controlled, in Israeli-controlled West Bank. So East Jerusalem, which is part of Israel, but actually is occupied. It's occupied, it's under occupation. And we see this even today in terms of, you know, looking at like the colonial perspective. You know, people are trying to do a decoloniality, an African thought thing. So much of what we say and what we do and what we consume is Western. Where's the African voice in the midst of this? Where is, you know, what truly defines African that makes it different from Western? You know, and how do we study that? How do we include that in our studies? And again, it can be an academic exercise, but it depends. If you're going into a situation where you as a media manager have to promote a certain agenda, which you will have to because that's what the company's paying you for, you need to have a look at these things, and you either need to believe it or you need to not care enough to say, well, I don't care what the agenda is. I'm not, you know, I'm just looking for a paycheck at the end of the day. But at some point you will care, because you might say, listen, I'm only prepared to go so far. You know, I'm not prepared to say that it's okay for a 55-year-old man to marry a 12-year-old girl, because as far as I'm concerned, it needs to be consenting adults, and it needs to be the legal age of consent, which has been determined to be 16. And I still think that it's morally reprehensible for a 55-year-old man to marry a 16-year-old girl, okay? Especially because she doesn't know any better. She can't make that choice for herself. And these, but again, as I said to you, this is all from an academic perspective. This is not necessarily something, and I'm not necessarily going to examine you on this and make it part of the assignment. You're not going to get a question on compare media studies versus political, economic, perspectives and approaches versus economic approaches versus mass communication and journalism studies. Okay, that's not, I want to give you practical stuff that you can apply to real world situations so that you're ready for industry. Excuse me. Okay, so mass communication and journalism studies is the next one. The nature of media content and how it is processed and delivered to audiences. How the mass media have come to be as they are now. So this is, again, a perspective. How the mass media actually function, how content is produced and delivered, and the effect that content has on audiences individually and collectively. So we're talking here about things like, you know, the hypodermic needle model, or the agenda setting theory, or the semantic perceptions and filters theory. And at the end of the day, this is what I believe to be true. And I don't know, Onele, if you agree with me, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Okay, we will accept messages that agree with our value system, and we will reject messages that don't agree. So I used to sometimes watch Russia Today. Now they've banned it in Western thingies. I am opposed to the war in Ukraine. Okay, I personally feel that Russia has no right to dictate to Ukraine how they should live. The Ukrainian people have decided they want to join Europe, they want to join NATO. That is their prerogative. Russia, however, feels that Ukraine is part of a Russian sphere of influence and should never have broken away from Russia. It should still be part of like an old Soviet kind of thing. Okay, and that is, you could argue that is the agenda that Putin is pushing. Okay, that is something that I'm opposed to. So if I saw a medium that said, you know, Russia's right and Ukraine is wrong, I would change the channel. I would say, they're talking rubbish, that kind of thing. So you may feel the same way. Maybe you see an advert that says, oh, Johnson & Johnson's, baby nappies are way better than Huggies. It's like, oh, well, that's rubbish. I like Huggies, they work for me, so you'll change the channel. Okay, or you might not even pay attention. That's more likely the danger, you won't pay attention. Okay. Oh, crumbs. Now, I didn't take attendance. I must just make a note of all the people who are in the class. Oh, heck, okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. All right, so there we go. Okay, Onelena, our next gripping installment, we've finished that one, we're looking at mass communication. So we're going to start that lecture now, but we're not going to finish it, I don't think. And we're going to pick it up next week. I'm sure you must be exhausted, you poor woman. Okay, let's see where we are in terms of this here. Okay. Class 3. Oh, no, hang on, sorry. That's the PowerPoint. I'd rather use the PDF. Where are we? There we go. Okay, so this is lesson 3 of HIMM 432_1, Integrated Media Management. Okay, so last time on the show, we looked into exactly what media management is in more depth. We wanted to see understand what media management is, look at media economics versus political economy approaches in the context of media management and then media studies, which we've all just discussed. And like I said, this is not really all that important for your assignment. It's nice to know. If somebody says to you, listen, how did integrated media management come about? You can tell them at a cocktail party, but I don't think it's necessary, you know, for the thing. If you were doing exams still, which you don't do at Boston, but unless you think it's relevant to your assignment submission, I wouldn't focus on it too much. Okay, so now we'll be discussing mass media and mass communication. So this lesson is a continuation of the previous session. We will keep on delving into the world of media management and seek to understand that there are factors that can affect strategy in the media industry. Okay, now we really looked at this. We've spoken about those personal factors that can affect the way you put together your strategy. So this is taking it back to that over there. You need to be able to do your overview of your macro environments, and if we get around to it, we're going to be speaking about, you know, your meso and then your micro environments today as well, but they're all linked to each other. Okay, so defining media and industry, defining the media industry, and then discussing the characteristics of mass communication. We're doing that now. Okay, and then having an understanding of the context of managing media work and the fact that the media management operates on different levels, so macro, meso, and micro levels. Okay, so this is Kung, page 6 to 8. Okay, so technological change and the development of new boundary spanning categories of media products and the increasing competition for audience attention. So that's something we've already discussed. We've had a look at how, excuse me, I can tell you now that the people at YouTube and Facebook and Instagram, which is part of Meta, which is part of Facebook, have all sat down and said, what are we going to do about TikTok, guys? That is why I believe Google introduced, Google, which is owned by, or YouTube's owned by, introduced YouTube Shorts to counter the effect of TikTok, because TikTok is little 60-second thingies. So people do YouTube Shorts now. Paying attention to what's happening in the, and so is Google. Okay,